Mm, 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 Welcome to another episode of Sports Guru Share. I'm your host, Sports Guru. This is episode number 118. This is season episode number 3 of the 2027 season on the Madden NFL 23 engine. I am 2-0, as you can see. I've beaten the Giants and the Titans. And going to
that his Maple Leafs are still alive. Ryan Matlack, one of our producers here at ESPN Radio, who is a diehard Toronto Maple Leaf fan. So the chase for Lord Stanley's Cup continues, and there is nothing grander, nothing better than the chase for Lord Stanley. Because
they're using the color rush machines. All right. Let's do color rush. Let's go.
As you're going to climb. So there you go. NHL update right there. Bam. The Matlacks up 1-0.
Hopefully you are not jinxing the resident Canadian Ryan Matlack here at ESPN Radio right now with your NHL update. But we all wish him well. Yes, yes we all wish him well. Amber and Ian rolling along here at Ian Fitz ESPN is how you find him. At Amber W Sports is how you find me. So I understand that there is a habit that you are trying to break.
Right,
and so, like most habits, you're having a hard time with it.
This is one where I'm going to need some help. And we get phones on this. Everyone, Josiah, Steve, whomever. You can all weigh in on this.
Phones on this? We need like an intervention? This is...
I have been trying to quit using one particular curse word, or phrase, I should say. It involves GD.
Yeah, damn.
And my wife has been on me about this. My kids have. I mean, my wife actually broke down. You can use bleep, 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 and bleep. Just, you got to ease up on. And I agree with her. It's awful. It's a horrendous habit. Kelly Stoffer, former first-round draft pick, our color analyst, for our team on ESPN Radio on the college football side. Can't stand, and I can't stand when I say it. You've heard me during breaks where I catch myself and I'm like, gosh dang it, stop saying it. And I can't. I don't know why.
Gosh dang it's a good way to go.
You're able to censor yourself there.
But because I'm on air.
He's able to, because he's on air. You just need to pretend like you're on air at all times. People make fun of me for doing that in real life because I walk around, I often censor myself, like in real conversations. Like I'll say bleep instead of, because that's my thing on air, when I'm about to curse, I normally say bleep instead.
Right.
And I'll do that when I'm
actually
talking
he threw
to
6 touchdowns in one game.
Good
God.
You're not actually on air. You don't have to censor yourself. But I also know that helps me on air. If I get into the routine of always substituting the curse words, then I'm not going to slip up and curse on air, which, I mean, knock on wood, I don't think I've ever done in my career.
It's okay. We have a dumb button. You're okay. We got your back.
I've got a potty well, thank you. I appreciate that.
They got the dumb button.
I mean, I've got a potty mouth in real life, so that was always a concern for me when I went into this business. And so that's one way I've tried to overcome it. So you just need to pretend like you're on air at all times.
Distorted play art on 3rd and 4th down. What the hell? Fuck. Interception! Lattimore! And I got to use it, Larry. Let's go. On the very first play of the game.
But the GD, I have to find a way to not say it. And it frustrates me. I've quit. I used to dip. Quit it. And that's the hardest. Like you watch me on what am I holding right now?
Yeah, well, you're pretend dipping all the time.
I take a very small piece of gum, right, and I whether it's calling games on the sidelines or during the show, it's the only times that I have this urge to still dip for some reason. So I haven't had a dippy treat in 22 years. But I find a way to not do it. I quit smoking, right? I don't drink at home anymore, right?
He didn't even keep his feet in mask.
I don't know what it is. I hear myself say it, and then I try to take it back, and you can't take it back, and it's awful. And so how the hell Do I find a way to not drop the GD?
I actually went through this. I actually went through this at one point because I liked this guy at one point who was very country, and I said that around him, and he took issue with it. And I didn't. I mean, I didn't really think about it much. Like, that was just casual usage. I don't know. I don't live in a very particularly country place here in Florida, in the part of Florida that I live in, and I'm not particularly religious, so I wasn't really thinking about sort of the offensive angles of that.
Right.
But to him,
yeah, a lot of people don't like when you say goddamn because it's you saying God's name in vain and cursing at the same time. I got cussed out for it when I was at Job Corps by a woman, by a girl, because she was like 18, 19, so she lit into my ass over it, and I couldn't say anything because I was in the wrong.
So help me out.
I don't know.
How did you get over it?
I don't know if I fully got over it. I just tried to catch myself, but I also didn't end up, dating.
Zoned in and hotter routes. Ooh, I already got hot right master for my quarterback.
And by the way,
well, this isn't gonna work.
You're gone.
It's like, you don't need me to clean up my language. This really isn't gonna happen between us.
Look, bottom line is, I got to figure out a way because, I mean, it is the worst. It is,
like,
to me,
see it being kind of offensive.
It is the worst of the worst. It's worse than the F-bomb. It really is. When you really think about what you're saying, it is.
Right.
And I have to find a way to be better and get rid of it. And, oh, by the way, speaking of which, GD, the Sixers are on a run right now, 41-36. We got a ball game now in Philly where the Sixers are coming back on the Knicks where they were down.
Michael Dixon, who just signed a 2-year contract extension to be the punter for the Seahawks after John Ryan retired.
Just over 6 minutes left in the second quarter. They have
that was not a good animation.
To play. Knicks up still 41-34, but closing the gap is Philadelphia, who has been on a tear, and that crowd is certainly into it at the arena. Again, a pro-Philadelphia crowd because the ownership and Michael Rubin, the former owner there in Philadelphia, they bought thousands of tickets and gave them away to 76ers fans, to first responders, to healthcare workers, and to people on the street who were 76ers fans. And so you end up with an arena full of 76ers, and it looks like it has, at least from what I'm seeing on television, it looks like it's worked. I don't see many Knicks fans, though.
All right, go around the horn quickly. We got about 60 seconds. Josiah, how do I quit saying GD?
Well, the real question is that your go-to word for profanities? Like, is that your go-to?
Hell, I don't know. It's not it's not something I think about. It just happens.
I don't know, man. You just gotta get used to saying a different word. You gotta use a different one.
Substitute it. It's the only way to do it. You've got to substitute the word.
It's an awful.
Gosh darn it is the way I would go.
Yeah, I agree with Amber. Totally agree.
Yes.
Try to get Johnson involved.
Even just make it funny, even like the goofiest way of substituting.
Oh, Hardy was open. I didn't even know he was open. Let's go.
Maybe just talking about this on air might help me to be a better starting tomorrow morning where I don't say it because I really don't want to say it anymore.
11.
I feel like you can get away with these, the emphasis on the gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. You can get away. God damn it. Like, you can do it.
Callaway, no, that was a toddy.
Game night with Q Myers and Emmett Golden. Oh, not very country. That's next on ESPN Radio.
ESPN. You can find me
that was weird.
W Sports. Amber and Ian is presented by Progressive Insurance. Find out your protection with life, phone, and pet health insurance. So we've got a couple games 6
Let's try it.
tonight, as you heard on Sports Center. We'll keep you updated. Cavs Magic, a about to tip off any minute now. So when that game gets underway, we'll keep you updated all throughout the evening here on Amber and Ian.
Yes! Johnson gets the touchdown. I got him a toddy.
Coverage of that game starts right here on ESPN Radio at 9 p.m. Today isn't what's happening on the court in the NBA, frankly. The news of the day is what's happening off of it.
Oh, dang, that was fast.
No longer the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers have let go of Darvin Ham. That's a nicer way of saying fired. I've heard departed. I've heard all sorts of euphemisms for fired today. They ended up firing Darvin Ham after 2 seasons. After a season where the Lakers were in the Western Conference Finals last season. And oh, by the way, apparently winning the inaugural in-season tournament does not equate to jobs. We learned that.
Yeah, even though they hung a banner with the in-season tournament champions, they're still Darvin Ham. Thank you so much for the T-shirt and your roughly $4 million plus buyout per year as Loving Your look, you and I talked about it 2 nights ago, last night, and again. At some point, the Lakers have to be held accountable.
Finally, actually got my order right. Dip the nuggets in the ranch.
This year, you led the defending champs for game series. Yet, I guess it's Darvin Ham's fault when LeBron James hit a wide open three. Giving the Lakers a lead, in the last 30 seconds. Should he have called a
Use ranch on. Use the barbecue sauce on fries.
get the right guy as their head coach, that should not be an issue this time around. The Lakers are committed to making the right financial commitment in order to identify someone they feel very strongly.
You're in Denver. T-Wolves, Nuggets. What kind of shot do you get at T-Wolves?
I think it should be a long series. I think it's going 7. I just give Denver the edge. There's home court advantage and the defending champs. But if you get into a one-game scenario, am I going to be shocked if we have a Anthony Edwards coming-of-age moment faster than any of us anticipated, much like we saw LeBron James against the Detroit Pistons back in 2007 when it was the Pistons with the team with the championship experience. You had 22-year-old LeBron coming out of nowhere. Maybe LeBron might have been 20 at that point, coming out of nowhere to dominate the game and win that series. Certainly possible. Discovered this first round against the Lakers. They have the best player in basketball, the best player in the planet currently in Nikola Jokic. They have a guy like Jamal Murray that has ice in his veins. They have a system.
Wow. Give us 20 yards, really?
Who like playing with one another. You can see the joy when they share the court with one another. And they don't have the minor question marks. They're minor, but the minor question marks of, one, can Rudy Gobert affect the game defensively in the playoffs the same way he has in the regular season? Because it's a different game, and I give him credit because he played great against the Suns, but the Nuggets are a little more organized than the Suns.
Suns is just taking shade.
Huge moment. Is he reliable? We haven't seen that yet out of him. Perhaps he has it in him, but he's a guy that I imagine Michael Malone is currently scheming up things that the Nuggets can do on offense to exploit.
We got it. Damn it.
All right, most important question we're asking everybody who joins the show tonight. Kentucky Derby is tomorrow, the 150th running for the Roses. Man, it doesn't get much better under the Twin Spires. This is like Christmas Eve for me growing up on a horse farm in Folsom, Louisiana, Max. So, yeah, 21 horses running. Give me 3 numbers, 1 through 21, and we will fire down in the trifecta box. $1, $6 wager, no matter what you say. I don't care how long the shot is. It's a sloppy track. Go. 1 through 21. What do you got?
Give me
Go ahead.
10, 2, and 6.
4, 19, and 13.
Trifecta box from Dave McMenamin. We are going with Holy Mother Sierra Leone. Just Steele. Oh, and that 30 to 1. I love it. Let's go. Let's go, D-Mac. Well done. Well done.
I feel good about Jeff Steele. I like that one. Dave McMenamin, he can talk more than just the Lakers and the Nuggets. He also can give you numbers when it comes to the Kentucky Derby. Thanks, Dave. We appreciate it.
This is about to be about a 50-yard punt inside the goal line.
By the way, that 30 to 1, that's one of the Japanese horses, T.O. password.
You're about to be rich? Is that it?
Hey.
You're going to be rich?
Already placed, a $1 try box, $6 wager, right? And if that hits, because guess what? That 6 horse, that is 20 to 1 right now, Justin.
20,000 to 1.
In case you couldn't tell, folks, I grew up on a thoroughbred horse farm. My mom had brood mares. This is like Christmas Eve to me. So the Derby, we've done owner's box, we've done infield. Infield are my people. I can't wait for tomorrow. Doesn't get much better. Let's go.
Infield are my people mean. Those are not the people wearing mint julep.
Those are the ones that can't afford even the damn hat that one person is wearing up there in the owner's box.
Got it. So all the fancy hats are in the owner's box. The Kentucky Derby. All I think of when I think of
my people are infield.
So your people went. I got to be honest with you.
Infield. Again,
and
infield.
Fancy people.
Yeah. And
the hoity-toity.
I tell you during a break, not on air, about the love bush. Right?
Almost got picked.
In the infield. Yeah. That is creepy. Tara's heard it. Our producer tonight in 14 Steel. It's a bit creepy, and as far as I know, that damn tree is still there. So there you go.
Oof.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I hope it's been cleaned.
If you think that, you're out of here, too.
Ready for the Kentucky Derby because this is Ian's wheelhouse. This ain't my wheelhouse. But don't
What a catch by Olave!
Thing or two about these horses. So if you're interested in that, that will be coming up. Of course, we're also going to keep you updated on all of the NBA action. Cleveland and Orlando
Orlando in action right now. Orlando up 17-15. So we'll keep you updated on that. Also get you ready for the later game as well. Coming up next, what's next for the NBA teams that have been eliminated? That on ESPN Radio.
Damn, got popped at the goal line.
So we're going to have a little fun with the teams that have been bounced here in the first round, Ian, and see.
No!
The Philadelphia 76ers.
The Philadelphia 76ers have a lot of decisions to make. Now, Ian, they have some room to do nearly $60 million in cap space.
Wow, that's a lot of cap space.
5 tradable first-round picks starting the night of the draft. Plus, they've got a couple of franchise killers, obviously, in Maxey and Joel Embiid. Now, Tyrese Maxey is going to be a free agent. Don't forget, they decided not to give Maxey that extension last offseason, which is one reason that they have the flexibility now that they have. But I'm guessing Maxey is going to be looking to get paid off of his performance. And then you have the other pieces, some under contract, some moving on, that you have to make decisions about. Tobias Harris is coming up as a free agent.
He's not going to be re-signed. He has not panned out whatsoever.
There's a lot of guys for what it means.
He's basically been irrelevant since coming over from the Dallas Mavericks in the 2019 season. This version of Bryce Young is not as good as the recent version of Bryce Young. Oh! Wow.
It cracks me up, this idea, and Woj and them are out here saying, and Kirk said it with us last night on this show, that Jimmy should go to Philly. I'm like, what? They already ran him out of there once. If I'm Jimmy Butler, no. Screw you guys.
Fuck you. Exactly.
You know, what was it, last year? They chose that guy? They chose that guy, or was that 2 years ago? It was last year, right? Yeah, was it 2 years ago? Yeah, they chose that guy over me? Yeah, look, I get it. I understand where Jimmy Butler's coming from, but for me, Tobias Harris, he gone. Tyrese Maxey, here's a point check, because he is, the Kentucky Wildcat is on the rise. He has shown that in big moments, big games.
Dennis, it's okay. It's okay. We're going to give up points. We just got to outscore teams, unfortunately, because the passing defense in Madden is bad.
He said that the Miami Heat, his flagship station of the Heat, he said the Miami Heat should draft Tyrese Maxey, and instead the Heat passed. So I would imagine that
Metcalf, another 20-yard catch against us. Again.
Obviously, there's an alternate universe where Joel Embiid could get disgruntled and try to force his way out with some of the frustrations here that have happened over the last couple of years. I don't necessarily expect that to happen because they have preserved a lot of their space and this flexibility, and now they've got to put up or shut up and do something with it to get better around that court. Let's move on. Next team, I looked at the team. Let's let the calendar thing.
The Milwaukee Bucks.
There it goes. It's better when he says it than me. The Milwaukee Bucks. Now, unlike the 76ers, Ian, Milwaukee Bucks can't do anything. Like, they ain't got no space. They have no flexibility. They have nothing to trade. They have pieces like players to trade, but they don't have picks. They don't have a first-round pick until 2000. I don't have it in front of me. So 2031.
Dude, good God. 7 years.
They control their own first-round pick. They
Really?
Flexibility, because they gave that flexibility away to make the moves that they made last offseason, and notably to bring in Dame. This Bucks, I think you just have to hope that it doesn't work.
You gotta make Giannis happy. That's number one. Right?
Yeah.
Two is keeping Doc Rivers. That's the other.
No.
There you go. And Ember says no. That almost felt like a hell no. Just to go country on it.
Hell nah. Ta-na-na-na-na.
They have zero cap space. They are actually they're getting luxury tax. So it's not like they can make any moves. So bottom line is you have to run it back. And that's what Dame, that's what Giannis. If Giannis is healthy, then who the hell knows when you can.
Ooh. Pat Riley is not happy. He's like, you should keep your mouth shut, man. if you're not on the court against the Celtics or Nets, you keep your mouth shut about those teams. Man, you shut your old white ass up, Patrick Riley, who think he's all big and bad when you ain't shit. You can flash your rings all you want, but you ain't shit, motherfucker.
I can make those jokes right up until he's our coworker once again. And if you're Doc Rivers, maybe you'd rather do that. Maybe you'd rather get back in the booth rather than staying here and dealing with the drama in Milwaukee. It doesn't. I feel like he wants to be there. I don't know what's going to happen with the Bucks in terms of the leadership. Milwaukee was 17-18.
Do I like punting the ball? Absolutely not. But if it's part of the game, you gotta suck it up. Inside the 10. Let's go. For some reason, I love that sound when you catch it with like, "Fwap."
That might be right. They have $152 million committed in salary next season to Lillard, Middleton,
dominate the boards. You have to limit them to one shot as often as you possibly can, and you have to control pace. I've got the Knicks winning in 6 because I believe in Jalen Brown.
I mean, he's certainly on the older side. And now,
Yeah.
I thought it was a big win. It was a big win for them when they were able to retain him last offseason, frankly. And now it's not looking so great. It seems like it's just
Yeah, he has Tank, which breaks hit stick tackles.
They didn't have to pay him monster money. Nevertheless, they're a team that needs help, that can't get help, so they've just got to get healthy. Next,
the Miami Heat.
Miami Heat. There's so much about this, though, that remains unknown for the Heat. Because it feels like a front office that I'm hoping recognizes that they cannot expect Spo to create miracles every season. That you can't have the expectation of going from 8th seed play-in team to an NBA Finals like they did last season. That's not actually typically a recipe for success. And so hopefully they make some changes. But there are problems with making changes here. Notably, players like Tyler Hero did not exactly just help his
love Tyler Hero. I mean, you adore Tyler Hero.
Joe, he didn't just help his trade stock, though. Tyler Hero, I don't right now. I mean, he certainly did nothing to help himself on a trade market. I don't loathe Tyler Hero, but I also don't love Tyler Hero's fine. He should have done better. He had the stage, he had the moment in this postseason. And again, he was up against the Milwaukee Bucks. Some of the passing, some of the decision making. What were you doing out there, Tyler?
Yeah, what the hell are you doing?
But I don't think he just helped his trade value, for example. I don't know. I mean, short of trading Bam or Jimmy, which those are options, but short of trading Bam or Jimmy, as if the Miami Heat have a ton of high-impact players to kind of piece together and trade, they would need some maneuvering. But as we're always reminded, and Woj is reminding us once again, that Miami remains a free agent destination, and it still is a destination. It's a place that guys want to go. So if that front office can make things work, then you feel hopeful always, every offseason.
Really, what the hell?
My feelings about Tyler have been confusing throughout the season. Here's the problem with Tyler.
Bit of a roller coaster, right?
Tyler's less healthy than Jimmy Butler. And Tyler's like 12, and Jimmy Butler's like 100. And I'm exaggerating here, but that's what you do. When you reach a certain point, when you reach a certain age, everybody younger than you is 12. Have you ever noticed that? Or is that just a thing that I do? That's just a me thing?
Ah, you gotta be serious.
At 52, I feel like whenever, even like when I travel, if I'm on a plane and I see someone 25 years, I still, in my mind, feel like that I have the attitude of a
much younger man.
Lakers.
Ooh, the Lakers. Well, they've already made some decisions. Darvin Ham is out. The entire coaching staff under Darvin Ham is out. So I would imagine priority number one is figure out who's going to coach the team.
Intercepted, Jordan Miller.
Out of his contract, and he does opt out. You try to renegotiate with him and figuring out if he even wants to stay in Los Angeles.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
conversation. When you're a team like the Lakers, and you fire your head coach, if you're Rob Pelinka and LeBron James, you damn well better already have your replacement in mind and ready to go. he already had his top 3 done. Right, let's go. It took them 0 to
Get Callaway involved because Johnson's not going to get open. Yes, sir.
If you are just tuning in, Dave Mack covers the Lakers Day.
Overthrew my receiver.
That decision was made a few days ago, for the most part. So you better have your guy already lined up and ready to go if you're going to fire the head coach who helped you get to the Western Conference Finals last year and had you leading the defending champions over 200.
Best one so far inside of 15. 57 yards.
a while ago.
Right.
Not that they know who's going to replace
But if you're making that decision, Amber, right, you better have your guy ready to go.
Well, I don't think you can because it seems like they want Ty Lue, and the Clippers are aggressively trying to extend Ty Lue. I think that Ty Lue ends up. I think the best thing that happens to Ty Lue.
And I hate the fact that sometimes the possessions don't work out. And I don't care about the momentum bar, honestly. I think it was just a stupid gimmick to give the younger kids an opportunity to play this game.
I wouldn't count out J.J. Redick. He's got that podcast with LeBron.
If Ty Lue's your guy, that's 1A, right? So you're waiting. But if it's not, if all of a sudden he stays with the Clippers, they want to get
What?
the hell out of him.
What the hell? You literally get you literally get trucked by a running back, Kenneth Walker. Come on, Lattimore, bruh.
By the way, they've got a ton of tradable assets now. They've got a bunch of swap rights that they can do now. They go from 1 first-round pick to 3 first-round picks that they could go ahead and.
You've got to be fucking serious.
Coming up next here on Amber and Ian, the Miami Dolphins have a new wide receiver. We'll get into that next on ESPN Radio.
I'm literally holding the button and this shit still doesn't even pan out.
We got the news today that Odell Beckham Jr. Miami Dolphins.
Lovely.
Sources, and they are adding the veteran presence to the tune of a 1-year deal worth $3 million, and it sounds like a pretty good deal for the Miami Dolphins. Now, of course,
I couldn't find a lane.
deal that could go up to $8.25 million if he's able to hit on everything. But I love this move as a Miami Dolphins fan. OBJ is 31 years old, and he is going to be relied on as a third because this is a team that has Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, and that would be 1 and 2 receiver, and so then he'll be competing with the other weapons. Hey, this is the front office that makes this deal with OBJ, and even though they took a couple receivers in the draft, didn't scare him off.
Yeah, and by the way, quick update, the chase the Lord Stanley's Cup, the Preds right now, Canucks, they are now tied 0-0 into 1. You have the under 5.5 goals. Hang on to your britches. Good right now, but it's not deep, right? Maybe somebody show has the under 5.5. Now, 2, Odell Beckham Jr. What, 35 grabs,
Okay.
The Dolphins did go draft a couple wide receivers late. One of them, look, he's an Oompa Loompa. There's no doubt about it.
It's Oompa Loompa.
A member of the Lollipop Guild, Malik Washington, out of Virginia. He is stature, but
wow.
plays bigger than his size. I mean, he might be 5'8", right?
I'm taller than him.
2014, there have only been 4 players to catch at least 110 passes for at least 14.
Bruh, what the hell?
He's one of them. The others, Justin Jefferson, yet nobody really talks about Malik Washington. Why? 1, he played at Virginia, and 2,
You've gotta be fucking serious, man.
Which means that man's probably 5'6". He's listed at a 5'8", 194.
And he does not return punts, does not return kicks, right? But all that dude does is catch passes. Again, 110 receptions, been for over 1,400 yards.
You've got to be fucking serious.
2014, the last decade of college football. He's one of them. Again, that list.
I'm rooting for him, and not just because I'm a Dolphins, but I'm going to root for him to get touches on this team.
Amari Cooper, Justin Jefferson.
Guys that are relatable in sports. know, instead of all these behemoths that we have on football field.
Again, I mentioned this in the draft, right? And Chris Carlin was like, dude, isn't that a little harsh to call him a member of the Lollipop Guild? He is.
A little harsh. A little harsh.
He's small. SMall. You ever seen the movie Cannonball Run?
Yeah, I saw.
He's a slot. Where's Odell Beckham Jr. going? In the slot, right? For the most part. Or, you know, Odell obviously can.
He'll be competing. He'll be competing with Washington. He'll be competing. Malik and Taj Washington, who are the receivers that the draft.
Taj, remember when we talked to Lincoln Riley before the draft, head coach of USC? We asked him the question, which players were you thrilled to have more inquiries? Special teams guy that will give you reps at wide receiver. He's going to earn his stripes, especially as a 7th round steal. He's going to make that team because he's so versatile for a 53-man roster. When it comes to Odell Beckham Jr., you're not
Damn it.
paying this guy 8-9 years ago, 9 in a draft, right? You're paying for a guy who you're looking at. No, ain't happening. Not that guy. He is a 30-catch, maybe 500-yard, 3 to 4 touchdown type player. That's what you got in Odell Beckham Jr.
Which is great, and I'm thrilled with that because again, he's going to really be competing with Braxton Berrios for touches from the Steelers.
Yes, Braxton Berrios is a Dolphin.
You have Tyreek Hill, you have Jalen Waddle,
From Miami Gardens, Florida. Technically Pompano Beach, but he went to school in Miami Gardens.
Well, Miami has been talking to Odell Beckham for weeks now. They've been trying to secure this deal. Incentive package helped to get over the top here this week. But I was told that Odell is really intrigued by the chance to produce with Mike McDaniel. He believes that head coach will get him the ball. Coming off of the Baltimore year, less than 600 yards. He still has a lot to prove. And talking to people around the league, they believe that if Beckham would embrace being an inside receiver, like a slot receiver type, he could make a killing in this offense. I was told Kansas City, that was appealing to Beckham in the process. Buffalo a little bit as well. But Miami sold them. They were the most persistent throughout this process to get it done.
Well, I'm thrilled. I think it was a great move by Chris Greer there at the front office in Miami. All right, that was a good, at least for us Dolphins fans. Let's talk about the bad. Patrick Beverly, that's the bad. I don't know how to make this transition, but you saw what Pat Bev did, right? And now, by the way, he's banned from ESPN for guest appearances, according to Front Office Sports I saw, because he was incredibly rude and unbelievably demeaning to one of our field
Oh, that was a field producer. Wow.
That's not even taking into account the incident during the game where he lets his emotions get the best of him because the Bucs are getting bounced, and he ends up nailing a woman in the crowd fan basketball.
Three rows behind him, takes the ball, throws it, and the guy in front of her has the ball. P-Bev says, hey, throw it back. He does, and then he beams and nails the guy who just had the ball. That's number one. Number two.
Ridiculous. And by the way, reportedly all because the fans chanted him.
Whatever. Yeah, I mean, stop. Patrick Beverly.
You're getting bounced. Like, grow up.
Come on, man.
First fucking interception.
And it's not even a one-on-one with a producer at ESPN who has been there for like damn near 2 decades. It's a group setting in front of his locker. And he says, do you subscribe to my pod? I said, no, I don't.
Doesn't ask anybody else.
Then you can't talk to me. Only her. Yeah, she was the only one.
That's misogynistic and racist towards a woman.
You know, get your ass on, go to Cancun and grow up because that was pathetic.
He tells her to leave. I mean, here's the reality. Do your damn job because she was doing hers. And your job actually is to talk to the media. You have those media appearances contractually obligated in your contract. Do your job. She was doing hers. Plenty more coming up here.
That really pissed me off because it made it seem like us black people don't want to listen to anybody when we do something wrong. That shit really pissed me off.
Horse farm in Louisiana. He's very proud of it. And what does that mean? That means the Kentucky Derby is Ian Fitzsimmons' Super Bowl. And this weekend is the Kentucky Derby. Before we get to Ian Fitzsimmons' Derby stories, though, tune into Baseball Action Sunday as the Phillies host the Giants. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 p.m.
Let's try this again. See if I can do a better job of reading it.
App and at 7 p.m. on ESPN. All right, the Kentucky Derby. This is a hell of a weekend that we have coming up, Ian, in sports.
Stanley Cup playoffs, NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball, the Kentucky Derby, you know, the Byron Nelson, the Miami Grand Prix, which is in your neck of the woods, which I mean, it's like the Derby. I mean, it's a star-studded event. And then UFL also, if you love tackle football. It is a remarkable when it comes to growing up in Folsom, Louisiana, on that cherished ground known as Tautog Farm. Yeah, it doesn't get much better than other Kentucky Derby. So, for 20, that should be now the 22nd year I've told this story. The reason I've told this story is because when I was in Columbus, Ohio, Gary Player was the honorary captain, you know, for Jack Nicklaus's tournament, the Memorial. And I was doing the show at Kirk Herbstreit, and Herbie asked him,
Great.
hey, if you weren't a golfer coming out of South Africa, what would you be doing? And he said, well, I'd love to be a Kentucky Derby winner. The most beautiful women just brought to you every day, and the finest food that beats the hell out of being a teaser.
Hey, yo.
Well, here is this is how the story was told 22 years ago, and now we've done it every single year since. This is a true story about the ultimate tale of improvising, adapting, and overcoming all odds that are handed to you.
Wow, are you serious? Oh, you've got to be fucking serious. Oh, you want to taunt me now? Oh, you want to fucking taunt me now, computer? Oh, I'll whoop your ass.
Is to get a broodmare to show, because in order to have a thoroughbred horse, you know, a thoroughbred racehorse, you have to have the stud and the broodmare. You know, the birds and the bees. Well, when it comes to breeding the broodmare, you have to be a stud fee, and a lot of times it's nothing guaranteed. Meaning, if your mare doesn't get prego, that 10 grand, 25 grand, 100 grand, whatever you might pay, up to $2 million. That wasn't our tax bracket, but there is nothing guaranteed. Therefore, you want to make sure that mare is in heat. Hence, the miserable life of the teaser. Now, the ultimate teaser is one that has never actually scored a touchdown. Just hold on, lay out. Just kick back and come along for the ride. It's your first experience here with Buster the Teaser. Buster, 15 years, led the most miserable life on the planet. For 15 years, this Shetland pony. My mom's theory was if this broodmare, this supermodel, will show that she's in heat for this little bitty Shetland pony who had 5 legs, then we're not worried about sacrificing money. This mare is in heat. We are good to go. Buster, for 15 years, was led from his paddock in the far field over on one side of the fence to meet these gorgeous supermodels. And for 15 years, he was led back to his paddock in an ornery fashion. I was the age of 8. My older brother, God rest his soul, Brendan, was the age of 10. It took both of us to leave Buster back from his paddock on this one particular, very crisp winter day in February, breeding season. And we did.
And he's in the zone. You've got to be fucking serious.
Teasing paddock, back to his little paddock. And when I say ornery, this little Shetland pony took every ounce of our strength. We take Buster back to his paddock this particular one winter morning. We go back to the house, eating our breakfast. All of a sudden, I took the beating for it, but my older brother Brendan forgot to latch the gate of Buster's paddock. 15 years, this little Shetland pony has been facing hell day in, day out. 15 years of not being able to score that touchdown, hit that home run, get that slam dunk. The one thing that this little pony has craved for 15 years, he has been denied. Well, Brendan left that particular gate unlocked, unlatched. The wind blew it open. And also in the wind was a scent from the far field, the dog leg, where another pony was there. That pony given an opportunity to improvise, adapt, and overcome all odds in life, you have to be able to seize that moment. Buster pushed the gate open. And now to go and achieve his lifetime goal of 15 years. This Shetland pony, which is tiny, has to swim across a pond, go through a briar patch, and then you come to what we on farm is known as runs, where you have two fences about 8 yards apart from each other to be able to move cattle and horses through. Buster,
let's try the Callaway.
not 2, not 3, but 4 boards to get through these runs. Crawl underneath because he ain't going over them as a Shetland pony to get to his goal. 15 years of pent-up frustration. 15 years of this one opportunity that he may
try to get a lava.
He swam across the pond, goes through the briar patch, crawls
what?
Not 2, not 3, but all 4 boards. And as we are now having our bacon and eggs and mom's having coffee, all of a sudden, back in the house, you hear this. My mom goes, what in the hell was that? That, ladies and gentlemen, was 15 years of pent-up frustration, and you have just been given the ball in the end zone.
Thank you.
All of a sudden, in the dog leg, the back pasture, you see this chestnut mane flowing in the wind. Buster had to get a running start, jump up onto Coconut, and his poor little hooves weren't even hitting the ground. And he was letting the world know, I have improvised. I have adapted. I have overcome all odds that have been given to me in the game of life. 15 years of hell. 15 years of pent-up frustration. He has now swam across that pond, gone through the briar patch, crawled underneath 4 different
Oh, it's a
boards
Thursday, man.
down, and finally, he has achieved his one goal in life. We are running now back to the dog leg. My mom beating the ever-loving hell out of me, going, what did you do? What have you done? Get back to the dog leg. That morning, when we were leading Buster away from this teasing session, he was ornery. He was a teaser. And by the time we got back to the dog leg, Buster had scored his touchdown. And Buster, going back to his paddock, he wasn't fighting. He wasn't on. He was prancing. Buster, now, the next day, we go to get Buster from his paddock to go tease again. Not nearly as dominant as he has been in the past because, well, he had achieved that goal. When we got back to Buster's paddock the following day, after achieving that goal, after improvising, adapting, overcoming all odds in life,
he died.
What?
5 legs pointed straight to heaven, dreaming about his love Coconut. Buster had finally achieved that one goal that he had been denied throughout his entire life. But his legacy lives on.
Well, and it does here on ESPN Radio for 22 years.
Buster had achieved. Coconut had a son, and that little colt's name was Pecan. The moral of the story is this: no matter what the game of life gives you, you can improvise, you can adapt, and you can overcome all odds in life.
I'll be alive.
Just turn to and think of Buster, the teaser.
Now the Pecan
What?
Little Lake of the Teaser as well. Pecan man.
Pecan was a great little horse that did not have to live that particular miserable life. There you go.
Better life for his offspring.
Bottom line is, on this eve before the Kentucky Derby, there once again for 22 straight years.
I remember this story from the beginning when it was talking about it.
Coming up, final segment in about half an hour right here on ESPN.
Yeah, we will get to that. Again, we're hopping off air a little bit early to make way for the later NBA action tonight.
Clippers, Mavericks, Orlando up right now on Cleveland in NBA action, 47.
That's a new one.
Next year on Amber and Ian, are we overreacting too much to the NBA playoffs already? That's on ESPN Radio. Well, Ian Fitzsimmons just told a hell of a horse story.
What?
Because I also just learned during the break, because I had a lot of follow-up questions. We didn't have time. The difference between a pony and I thought a pony was a young horse. Apparently, a pony is a special type of horse, a specific breed.
They're different
it's
kinds
smaller
of
than what we think of. Yeah, I didn't know this. There's a whole other world out there when it comes to horses.
They wanted me to go for it.
Towards the Kentucky Derby this weekend. So, hell of a
Oh my God.
story that Ian Fitzsimmons just told.
You've got to be.
On the ESPN app. Amber and Ian is presented by Progressive Insurance. Bundle home and auto and save. Visit progressive.com. So we are, of course, in the midst of the NBA postseason, but there's been a lot.
Really, guys?
Even though
400 yards to a fucking rookie? Are you serious right now?
React to things and
to a rookie.
React to things. So we're gonna have a little fun with this. We're gonna bring in Tara.
You gotta be fucking serious,
Hello,
bro.
Tara. Take it away, Tara. For reaction or overreaction?
Okay, let's start with the LA Lakers just made a coaching change. So is it an overreaction that LeBron James will not win another NBA title?
Ian?
I'm going to go not an overreaction.
No.
And you're making another coaching change, even though the coach you just had, was the guy that helped you get to the Western Conference Finals just last year. This seems like more of an overreaction than firing Darvin Ham. But I don't think it's an overreaction to say that LeBron James will not win another NBA title. That's not a knock on him. I mean, he's got 4, right? So, hey, he's been had a hell of a career. We've never seen a 39-year-old do what he's doing right now. It's not a knock on him, but I do not.
You've got to be fucking serious.
Yeah, I think that's a reaction, not an overreaction. And like Ian said, it's not a knock on the man who will be 40 years old next season when he's trying to win another ring. I mean, he doesn't need another ring. This idea that he keeps having to ring chase. Frankly, I don't even think he went to Los Angeles to ring chase. I think he went to Los Angeles, sure, of course, he went to win rings wherever he is. But I don't think he pinpointed the Lakers because he thought that's the best place in the country for me to be able to rings pile. I think that he went to LA because it was for a whole lot of other reasons. My family loves living in California. I'm trying to get my hands in Hollywood like he did, the production company, everything else that he has going on with his billion-dollar
Let's go.
And so I think that it's completely reasonable if at 40 years old, LeBron James doesn't ever win another ring. And frankly, I don't think it matters whether he does or not to his legacy. It would just be icing on the cake if he was able to do it again. But I wouldn't have that expectation that he will.
Amber, is it an overreaction to say at this time next year, Kevin Durant will be on a team other than the Phoenix Suns?
I do think that's an overreaction. The thing is with the Phoenix Suns is they can't do much. They're one of those teams.
Yeah, shit.
Like the Bucks. They're very hamstrung with the moves that they have made. There's not a ton that they can do. If they're moving a player, I mean, it would more likely be Bradley Beal, but there's some ball that would need to be played from both sides. I don't see Kevin Durant going somewhere else. I don't know where he would be going, Ian, that would necessarily be any easier. Obviously, he was already there in Phoenix with a couple stars. I think that Phoenix needs to have an opportunity to try this thing one more time. Bring in a pure point guard, maybe bring in a real big man rim protector. There's some tweaks that you can make beyond those stars.
450 yards to Bryce Young in this version of the franchise. Are you serious? Yes, sir! 30, 25, 20.
OKC, Golden State, Brooklyn, Phoenix. I mean, he's ring chasing. Not an overreaction.
OKC, Brooklyn, Golden State, Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
And then yet we just talked about a man in LeBron who was on Cleveland, Miami, Cleveland, Los Angeles. It's just funny, the narrative that's attributed to KD always wanting to leave places.
I hate giving up leads because I'm like, I know I'm smart with my calls, but sometimes it just backfires and I'm like, what the hell?
Everybody would be eviscerating him for making that.
I eviscerated LeBron for leaving Cleveland.
No. Over.
Yes, that's an overreaction. I'm a huge Jalen Brunson fan. But, man, you talk about prisoner of the moment. One, he should still be a Dallas Maverick. Mark Cuban stupidly did not pay him $53 million 4 years ago. But to say that he's a top 5 player right now in the playoffs, yeah. Overall in the league, no, that's an overreaction. That's prisoner of the moment.
I swear I heard Hembo say that today on Green. And maybe he meant just in the playoffs.
Hey, stop hitting people out of bounds.
But I could have sworn I heard him say that Jalen Brunson's a top 5 player right now. And
Trying to get yourself ejected.
No, Jalen Brunson's a great player. He's obviously performing very well in these playoffs. He's been very good for the Knicks. Also, he's not the greatest player that we've ever seen. Like, everyone needs to calm the hell down. He's a good player. He's certainly worth more than Mark Cuban was willing to pay him in Dallas.
146 yards.
And it's a shame for the Mavericks they weren't able to retain him. That's what we know about Brunson. Do we know that he can win championships as a number 1? No, we don't know that yet. Do we know that he's going to be out here winning MVP? No. This is the guy who's not even playing on the Olympic team. He's so far from a top 5 player in the league. It's ridiculous.
Wait, he's not even on the Olympic team? What the hell?
I'm not trying to take anything away from Brunson, but come on. It's unbelievable overreaction. Sarah?
Amber, is it an overreaction to say that Tyrese Maxey is a better player than Joel Embiid?
That's an overreaction.
That is also insane. These are the 2 takes that have been driving me crazy this postseason. That and then also saying, and maybe Tara's going to get to this one.
A white person turning beat red. I'm weak.
Classic. It's a classic. It's the greatest series in NBA history. Like, there are so many overreactions coming out of this darn series. A first-round series where Joel Embiid was battling every ailment under the sun. Bell's palsy, the knee, migraine. The man was broken out there. Before he was broken, by the way, before that major injury in January, he was playing as the best player in the entire NBA. And that, by the way,
it was not.
Also just won an MVP and is the reigning MVP. So is the other guy who's never done any of those things the best player on the team? No, it's the MVP who was the best player on the team. He was just hurt.
Damn! Jordan Brooks.
Ian, is it an overreaction to say that Anthony Edwards is going to be the next face of the NBA?
No.
Look, one of, not but he will be, so I would say half of an overreaction. He is
Olave with a chance.
one of the faces of the NBA. I mean, that's...
Well, nobody's the face of the NBA, right? I mean, even LeBron's, like, sharing the spotlight with Steph and with KD.
Thank you, yeah. So,
yeah,
well,
I guess it's singular.
that's unfortunate.
But he will be one of.
But yeah, he's definitely a face of the NBA moving forward, 100%. He's got that X factor. I'm not saying he's going to be the best player in the NBA, but he'll be.
Yeah, you're not touching this one.
I imagine that Wemby will be better than him. Maybe Shea will be better than him. Obviously, Jokic is better than him right now, but he'll be a top 5 player. And then also, he's got that superstar thing, like that extra off the court superstar thing. He's got the personality. He's got the swag. He's one of those players that I think is definitely going to take the NBA by storm, not just on the court, as frankly he's already done, but in terms of the brand that surrounds him as well. So he will absolutely be one
I'm surprised he didn't fumble.
Of the NBA. Not really, but he's got it. That dude has got it. He's phenomenal to watch, and he's fun. Coming up next here on Amber and Ian, what do the Mavericks have to do to finish off the Clippers tonight? We'll get to tonight's action here on ESPN Radio.
Are you fucking serious?
NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Tune in tonight.
I forgot Kenneth Walker has speed. He was out hawking all of my defensive backs. 22.
On Amber and Ian, we are going to make way for Mark Kestisher and PJ Carlitimo, who will be on the call right here on ESPN Radio for that game. So let's bring in Kesty. Kesty, you're not doing much. We thought, you know what? Heck, we throw more at you tonight as you're gearing up for this game.
I apologize in advance.
Hey, Kesty, what we're going to do is just go ahead and let you do this entire segment. Amber and I are going to go over some Derby picks, and then we'll be back in about 15 minutes. The show's yours. Go.
That would not be good for your audience, keeping them sustained. So I'm in your backyard, Fitzy. Next time we'll get
nor would it be good for Ian's derby picks, mind you, if I was the one helping Ian make derby picks. 15 straight minutes. All right, Kesty, so let's talk about this game. Dallas seized control of this series with that crucial road win on Wednesday. What did Dallas do different here in Game 5?
Man, they just got out and took advantage right from the start. I think
what a catch!
Wouldn't bear it out, looking at his points and his assists. He just got them off to a good start. They went to him early, and we weren't sure what we were going to get from Luka with the knee and the cold, and maybe that's what.
You serious?
30 points and 9 rebounds and 5. It was 35, 7, and 10. That will heal things because he's not even on the injury report for game number 6. And then I think the biggest thing was, they put the Clippers to sleep. I mean, that third quarter, the Clippers just came out and dominated. As much as it feels like this is done, and I'm not even looking back 3 years when, the Clippers were down 3-2 here in Dallas and won game 6 and then went home and won game 7.
Makes the catch!
Clippers did here. Can they do that again? They didn't have Kawhi Leonard on Sunday. They got out to a 31-point lead. That's a lot to expect. But, will James Harden bounce back? Will Paul George bounce back? They're certainly capable, even though you talk to the Mavericks players and the coaches, and they're not taking anything for granted tonight. They know who's wearing those Clipper uniforms.
Yeah, no, you're not catching this one.
Raja Bell, and Raja, Gasty, 12-year NBA vet, multiple first-time, all-NBA defensive team. He said when it comes to defending Luka, he would be going after that knee, not in a dirty way, just testing it every now and then with a little nudge here, nudge there. How healthy is Luka's right knee?
By all indications, it's a little better than it was the other night. It's not going to be 100%, but in a little sub-story, I'm interested to see what Terrence Mann looks like tonight. He's been kind of the Luka whisperer in this series, the Clippers defender.
100 yards. Right.
He showed up on the injury report today with a bruised right leg, so waiting to see him warm up, and obviously waiting to see what the lineup is. By all accounts, Ty Lue has made a lineup change. He would not divulge it to the media. I think he told them he forgot what it was. I don't have it right now, being coy on his 47th birthday. But that would be a big story if Terrence Mann is unable to go. And of course, Ty Lue
really?
choices. You bring in defense.
Hey.
You go for more of an offensive lineup in that change, be it Norman Powell, who can shoot the
vis-a-vis.
and give up a little D, but then you better get off to a good start.
Mark Pestisher, NBA on ESPN Radio, joining us here on Amber and Ian. So speaking of the birthday boy in Ty Lue.
Wow, 47.
You know, Kesty, that Darvin Ham, he gets let go by the Los Angeles Lakers. That has now affected things with Ty Lue, because Woj is reporting today that the Clippers are rushing to get an extension done with Ty Lue, who's a coach that the Los Angeles Lakers are expected to go after.
Again, he's in the zone.
If at all,
right.
Hanging over this game. Have you heard any rumblings about what's happening there with Ty Lue?
Yes.
The nature of the circumstance that the Clippers are in, needing a win to get back home, that it's easy to kind of push it down, not talk about
they got blown out.
About it, give no comment. But I think the rest of us, like you, are drawing all the lines together. Ty obviously was LeBron's coach in Cleveland. They won a championship together. He's in Los Angeles already. He has one more year left on his contract. And now, all of a sudden, they want to sign him. I think that's been kind of the storyline this year. How does the franchise, keep the talent they have and bolster it as they move into their new building next fall at the Intuit Dome? And, I just kind of surmise on the ride over here to the arena that there's no coach in a better position right now to get himself a raise than Ty Lue, because the Clippers want him. Woj has said, and I'm sure you guys have reported it as well, that, as you pointed out, they want to sign him to a long-term extension. But if there's anyone who could ask for...
so it's only 2 hours.
I guess it would be Ty, because he's got the richest owner in the NBA. The closest team is moving into a multi-billion-dollar stadium that, by the way, he pays 100% of. So, he's going to want to put his best foot forward coming in the fall. So I think, look, it's
one of the rare owners who actually wants to pay for his own shit instead of having the taxpayers pay for it.
He probably won't want to answer that because his birthday will certainly be soiled by getting sued, but it's going to be getting louder and louder, and at some point, someone else has to come.
On a whole different note, Kesty.
makes the catch.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, I think it's legit, obviously.
Yes, I mean it's yes.
He's been limited to so few games because of injury the last 2 years, and he played 68 games. You know, Ken Lowe's management, he was playing. He was their lead scorer this year.
What?
Unfortunate. Same right, Davis been bugging him the last 2 years, and you know had the surgery and all that. And so for it to be as sore as it is, for it to not able to allow him to respond in Game 3 after you know a decent Game 2, it's got to be serious, obviously, for him now to miss 4 games.
Less than 2 turnovers.
I
just do my second one. Fuck, man.
was talking about moving into the new building. Both the contract extensions, they already gave it to Kawhi, and now you got Paul George, who they would love to extend as well. But you know, maybe Paul now looks around and he doesn't like how this is
Much better.
going. So it's kind of a moment of uncertainty between star players, head coach, and a team that had you know a decent season to be a 4 seed in the Western Conference and may go out in 6 games.
It is going to be a hell of an arena, though. That much we know. The arena renderings are beautiful.
Yes.
From what I hear, which I applaud. Marquez Fisher.
The wall is, but I gotta see that when you know you got a sold out crowd. Your team's on a 18-0 run. I gotta hear what that sounds like.
Yeah, that'll be pretty awesome. Marquez Fisher, NBA on ESPN Radio Clips and Dabs.
2 picks, not a fan.
Right here in about 20 minutes on ESPN Radio. They brought in, the Clippers brought in James Harden, I think in part, right, for these moments where Kawhi might not be available. Did the Clippers, simple question here, did the Clippers have enough without Kawhi?
I think they do.
I threw it to the wrong guy. I was trying to throw it to Johnson, but I pressed Olave. Hearty.
Came up in the most important moments when Kawhi was unable to answer the bell and was having himself a good series. You feel terrible as a broadcaster to point out as it's happening on Wednesday night that he's come up small, unfortunately, way too many times in the postseason. And he had one of those on Wednesday, and they hope that they don't have 2 of those. But I mean, would it surprise me if Paul George hits 6, 7 threes and Harden puts together 25, 30 points, and puts them on their back. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
Wow, 3 interceptions. Are you fucking serious?
You know what, Kesty? It would not surprise me on the other side, right where Harden goes 0 for 10 from beyond the arc, right?
Yeah,
I mean, completely flip side. Either one would surprise me, right?
I just couldn't believe you guys have saw that stat from the great Matt Williams, the stat guy from Sports and Information Group at Bristol. How many times James Harden has shot under 20% in a postseason game where he's taken at least 10 shots, which he does often. 13 times. 20%. I'm not talking 30. Sound like Allen Iverson. I'm talking 40. We're talking 20%. And it's unfortunate, and it's part of the narrative through the years for a guy that's going to be in Springfield, 5 years later after he retires.
One of the other crazy stats, though, with this series is that Kyrie Irving...
You fucking serious, right?
...clinch opportunity games. That's by far the most in NBA history. He has never lost one of these games that is a clinch game.
It's different, guys. I mean, you guys have watched them all year as well, but he was our post-game guest after the game on Wednesday, and it was maybe one of the first times we had a chance to talk to Kyrie this season. He's a different person. He loves it here in Dallas. He loves playing with Luka. They were teasing last year. They didn't make the playoffs, and they decided to give him the 3 years and the big money, which we didn't think any team in the league would get.
You've got to be fucking serious.
He was happy not to talk about himself, that he only scored 14 points, that everybody else was playing well, and they got a big road win. Best he's played probably since he was playing for Ty Lue in Cleveland, and it's good to see because he's supremely talented, and it felt like he's been kind of lost, the last number of years playing for Thunder Bay.
All right, how was dinner with PJ?
Fuck!
Experience, Lord knows we're going to get into. How was it?
Awesome as always. We
Oh my God.
Good dinner.
Well done. Good job. Good job out of you and Danny. All right, here we go. It's Derby Eve, 1 through 21.
Yes,
Give us
sir.
three numbers. We'll bet a trifecta box for you. Go.
Okay. All right. First number 7. Second number 12. Third number 18. 7, 12, 18.
Oh, baby. When that thing hits, Lord knows you will never have to work again. Goodbye, Cassidy. Good to see you.
Is TO password one of those numbers? That's what I
No.
need to know.
No,
Oh,
it is
is
not. No. See
That's
ya.
my horse. See ya. Enjoy it.
He just gave us 20 to 1. The 12 is 20 to 1 also. And what's the 18? I like the 18 stronghold at 20 to 1. There you go. That's my long shot.
Clippers at Game 6 again. 9 p.m. coverage. We're hopping off the air. Kessie, we'll get you going here just about 15 minutes from now. But coming up next on Amber and Ian, before we hop off air, it's Kentucky Derby time. And I know we've been letting our guests pick random numbers, but Ian's going to give you his actual picks. And I think he knows more than just guessing some numbers. Let's get into that. That's next on ESPN Radio.
This shit is embarrassing, bro.
This
is supposed to be an easy season.
Weekend across sports, but none more important than Ian Fitzsimmons. Nothing more important. Maybe his wife and his kids, and then like extended family. And I imagine careers in there somewhere, but like a notch right below that is the Kentucky Derby.
Amber, when you grow up on a thoroughbred horse farm, like city kids go to camps, right, or whatever. That's where you send your children when they're 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 years old. When you grow up on Tautog Farm in Folsom, Louisiana, a town of 1 traffic light, 2 restaurants, raising Joshua.
What the hell? How the hell he threw that?
It doesn't get any better than.
If you hated the other person in the town, why don't you leave the town?
Yeah, well,
big
hey.
problem in this industry.
You're fighting for rights, right? So who has the best catfish and who doesn't? But yeah, I mean, there was no better way to grow up. In the moment, you hated it because I told the story of Buster the Teaser. What's the second consecutive year? I took the beating of a lifetime where, from my mom, when you grow up on a thoroughbred farm and you screw up, you hope that you get the belt, right? The belt is a welcome. Like, okay, yeah, I'll take this. You fake the tears because you're used to, and you are calloused with, holy crap, if she has a lead shank and you screwed up, man, just run. And if you don't know what a lead shank is,
Don't.
watch the Kentucky Derby or any big horse race. That, that metal part that attaches to the halter, and you have the long leather strap.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
with the gentle parenting movement that's all over my TikTok and Instagram.
My mom freely admits that
Oh.
she's in shape, right, today. I mean,
2024.
Halters, lead shanks, riding crops, you name it. I mean, if she got her hands on it.
I can't tell you how many of these TikTok videos, because I know you're not on TikTok and you're on Instagram technically, but your daughters run the account, so you don't see a lot of these videos.
Aw, come on. How is that offensive pass interference?
Probably particular to my algorithm because I have a child, a small child at home, just turned 5. All these videos from people and they're like,
oh, wow.
Hell no. No.
Ah, shit.
That strong-willed child was my oldest daughter, and let me tell you something. That's like breaking a yearling. My mom used to throw us on the back of yearlings, right, and just hang on to learn to break the yearling to get used to a body weight on the back of a horse. That's what I grew up with, right? So, but in the moment, it stunk. When you look back on it, it was a remarkable way to truly understand and ingrain a work ethic in her kids. With 4 boys. And
I'm trying to get Rattler a lot of yards.
Not one hired hand ever. We changed every
That's wild,
fence
which
post.
is why she had to have 4 boys. Well done by her.
She really Every blade of grass, you name it, we cut it, right? I mean,
4 picks. I'm so mad about that. Gave up 6 touchdown passes. Yes, I got 450 yards passing, but 4 interceptions.
Back on it now, and when we get together for the brothers reunion, it is they're always just we laugh, we cry. It is hilarious, all the moments that growing up on Top Dog Farm. So Derby Eve, this is a holy day. This is like Christmas Eve for the Simmons family.
Should you with it like make these big trips? Like, don't you know things that the other kids don't know? Do you look at horse? Is he a winner?
Yeah,
Is he not a winner?
well,
does he have the right attitude? Does he
yes.
have
So but I'm not in the paddock, right? So that's like Amy Bean Cohn who's on FanDuel TV. She is the daughter of a trainer, Patrick Bean.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Horses where if a horse is dappled from head to toe, meaning their coat is shining, right, or they're on their toes, which means they're ready to run.
You're serious.
These animals tomorrow, we saw it tonight in the Kentucky Oaks. Horse racers, the great horses. How do I put this? The great ones, they know it's game day, right? Because their food changes, their routine changes, and they know it's game day. The great horse racer, I mean, they understand that this is a different moment. You're not going out for a breeze in the morning at 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Everything changes, and they know
700 fucking yards. Are you serious?
You'll see their ears go forward. Like when their ears go forward, they're dappled from head to toe, and they're kind of dancing. That's when you know, all right, that dude right there, that horse.
Trying to get Rattler a lot of yards, like 100 yards, and then.
Oh hell yeah, they love it.
The horses like horse racing.
They're bred for it. They're like hell
like
yeah.
Dog racing. This is a good thing.
Like the true story about Seabiscuit, where he had to see his rival, right? To understand, you know what? I want to look him in the eye. I'm gonna.
Pretty.
My daughter actually said to Powder Puppy, "Hey, if you don't want it, don't come on the field." So looks 4 doors down. By the way, that kid did today. Appreciate it. So here we go. Derby picks. I've got 4 random picks from guests tonight. Dave McMenamin took 2-6-10.
Damn it.
Trifecta box hit. My gosh, he gets paid. Kesty went 7-12-18. Woo! He'll never have to work another day in his life. Now, long odds on those rules. I'm going 4-horse trifecta box, meaning $1 would cost you $24, right? To box all 4. Give me the number 4, Catching Freedom. Give me the number 11, Forever Young. That is my top pick. Give me the 17, Fierceness. That is everybody else's top pick. But Johnny Vasquez in the iron. That's a Hall of Fame jockey. He's ridden 25 derbies. He's won 3. And then I'm going to go a long shot, 18, Stronghold. Box them, and then going to try and exacta. There you go. That's my 4. 4, 11, 17, 18. Amber, what do you got? Go.
I like Mystic Dan because I like the name. That's 20-1. That's number 3. I'll take Forever Young.
Yes! Knocked him out of the zone.
Because I like the name.
Mystic Dan actually won, so she won along.
And Resilience. 26-1 at number 19.
Tara, what do you got? Go, Tara, quick, go.
Real quick, I gotta give Honor Marie some love because my name is Tara Marie. I feel like we're the same middle name. 11's my lucky number, so Forever Young is 11. And then Epic Ride's a fun name. Let's do Epic Ride.
I like it.
Epic Ride, 53-1. Tara's gonna be so rich if she hits on Epic Ride.
Damn! Hustle, hustle. Wow, I literally held the button. Olave. Makes the catch! What? Oh no, sir. What do you mean? You've got to be fucking serious. Time to switch over to the Dan Lebatard show. Amaya Nayan named general manager of the WNBA Golden State team that will begin competition in 2025. Coco.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
This is the Dan Lebatard Show with the Stuttgart's podcast.
Today's episode is sponsored by DraftKings. Stay tuned because you'll hear more about DraftKings and all it has to offer throughout the show. DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Because he came in on such an early flight, Amin was lamenting under his breath that he was not able to see what I believe was the sports moment of the night last night, even with the playoffs in full force in basketball and hockey. The Tom Brady roast, a televised event, an unusual event, big weekend in general for Netflix. They open with a crappy Jerry Seinfeld directed movie that is going to be popular but isn't very good, and then Cat Williams goes live. Cat Williams goes live on Saturday night, and then last night I'm really curious what those numbers will be because
What?
I enjoy.
I just lost to the Seahawks. Are you fucking serious?
Allowed that night to be. I love the roast as a comedy vehicle, but there were a number of things last night that I didn't think were allowed anymore.
I was surprised, man. I'm with you. I was surprised Brady allowed people to go to certain places. It was crazy.
Dan, and you're going to have to excuse my energy. I have come in off a red-eye flight, so my energy is a little low today. But here's the thing about that roast. This is how I know it was a big deal. It wiped out Kendrick versus Drake from my timelines. It just cleared it all out. I didn't see one more Kendrick versus Drake post as soon as that roast went live. All I saw were clips from that roast. People loved it, Dan. You know why? Because they've been starving for something that feels real. You know where we're living right now, guys? Demolition Man. Jeremy, have you seen Demolition Man?
No, of course not.
Oh, man. Demolition Man, basically, real quick synopsis, the world has been cleaned up. You're not allowed to curse. You're not allowed to do any of these things. It's a utopian society. But
and that'll do it.
Dennis Leary leads a pack of dirty people who eat roasted rats.
That's right. Classic.
And that's what that roast was.
Okay, yes, I think I would agree with the idea that it was a big night for podcasters. Not a lot of mainstream media there. Not a lot of Fox, not a lot of sports radio, not a lot of ESPN.
Thank God.
Rich Eisen, I think, was the only one I saw from the mainstream, but a big night for podcasters last night and a big night for comedy. And you're right, Tom Brady did let a lot go there that I would not have been comfortable doing what Tom Brady did last night, putting all of
They just had my number today.
And allowing the number of my wife jiu-jitsu instructor. My kids getting that?
Right.
My kids getting that is not something that I would want to sign up for.
But if you agree to sign up for it, you know that's coming, right? Like you have an idea of what's coming at you. I mean,
it's a roast.
It's a roast.
Yeah, but all right, let's play something here though that I want to show. This to me was the most interesting and honest moment of the night.
200 yards to North End, are you fucking serious?
Master, and it's basic. This is the thing that he's known for. He does a great show with David Tell, Bumpin' Mics, that I like. But this is what he does.
This shit's embarrassing. I gave up 60 fucking points to Fucking
making
Seahawks.
one of the more dangerous jokes at the expense of Robert Kraft, the, if not the most powerful owner in the sport, the second most powerful owner in the sport behind Jerry Jones. And what happened here, Stugotz? I know there was a discussion around here. People think this is, contrived or scripted. I don't believe this was scripted at all. And the reason I don't believe it was scripted is because the happy ending jokes and the massage jokes ended the moment a hot mic caught Tom Brady telling Jeff Ross, hey, we're not doing that around here anymore.
No. Okay.
Would you like a massage? I love Robert Kraft. Okay, but he's having.
Yeah, I thought that was the most honest moment of the night. And there were no more jokes at the owner's expense after that. And Robert Kraft was also given a prime spot toward the end of the roast after everybody, after Ron Burgundy, after Andrew Schultz, after Nikki Glaser crushed it. I thought she was better than anybody. Was she better than anybody? Was she the best of the night?
She was excellent. She was top 3 for sure.
She's always great.
Yeah.
So some of these are.
I would recommend Subway to everyone
particularly the ones
because it's one of the best restaurants out there. Yes, it's mainly known for sandwiches, but it's still good food, regardless of how you feel about it.
Tony Hinchcliffe.
That is a fine. You're right.
Yeah.
Tony Hinchcliffe is not somebody whose work I had known very much.
Tony's excellent.
He crushed it.
His show, Dan, as a concept, Kill Tony, is a really impressive thing because it's basically American Idol for stand-up comedy. Like, he's got comics with him on a dais. They pull names out of a hat. People go up and do a quick 60 seconds, and they riff back and forth. But I was hoping when I saw them pan over and they saw Dana with Max Holloway, with Sean O'Malley, and I saw Tony Hinchcliffe there, I was like, man, if they can do something with Tony, that would be incredible. And Tony came up, killed everybody. He did amazing.
So this is, again, I haven't watched it. How it came
Fries weren't as salty as they were.
And I was like, oh, did they do Kill Tony at the roast? That's how I thought it happened. I didn't realize it was just Tony Hinchcliffe doing the roast.
Even though, yes, I would recommend the food
that's
of Wendy's, I just wish the fries weren't as salty as they were
excited to see, even though
when I got them. I mean, sheesh, it's like eating.
All make their bones.
He's right, though.
It's a great sentence. I'm so proud of you.
It's like LaMarcus Aldridge losing in that game.
It was like eating grass from the ocean.
People who are all habitual line pushers when it comes to the standards of comedy. This wasn't going to be your pithy SNL monologue, Dan. This was going to be the real shit. The shit that, again, we're eating roasted rats downstairs.
Kind of disappointing.
Kevin Hart set the tone. He did. He came on right before Jeff Ross, and he introduced Jeff Ross, and he really set the tone. And you're like,
oh, wow.
Oh my God.
Let's go. Bernie does get it.
Well, you haven't watched yet. 3 hours. First of all, a number of things are interesting about last night. A 3-hour television production of that size.
Yes, he's not known for that. He's mainly known for his speed, but I want to be able to catch the damn ball.
And furthermore, the amount of money spent on that evening by Netflix to fill the forum for that night, it was just impressive. The size of the spending on Netflix trying to change the way streaming is done, because these other entities are not able to do this either live or with comedy. Netflix remains ahead of the game. I told you a long time ago that Netflix, and I didn't realize this as it was happening, but they weren't here to compete.
I kind of figured it was going to struggle going into a short week. 96 overall offense.
And spent in a way that no one had ever seen in the history of content making.
We're beating
all of their money that they were making right back into their product.
We're beating the Jaguars, Panthers, and Texans. Like, come on now. We whooping daddy. Sometimes it just doesn't pan out. You just got to suck it up and deal with it.
They produce a lot of things, a lot of
yes.
But
yes.
some of the stuff. What are you shaking?
Please tell me I'm not getting benched.
I feel like Netflix once upon a time was like HBO curated. No, they've always just been a mess of just crap, and then like one little thing here and
throw
there.
a bunch of shit against the wall.
But what I'm saying though is it plateaued.
Dude, I literally have 450 yards, bro.
Of new subscribers, which is why
come on,
they're taking away shared passcodes. And their greatest evolution in the content space is supporting comedy more than any of the other streamers, and now trying to do these big, giant things. They basically, I can't believe that the Patriots signed up for this, that they allowed all of this at their expense.
Well, they didn't.
Yeah, like, you want to be if this is happening, are you going to be here or not? That's probably
What do you mean they didn't? They showed up and they did it together.
They didn't allow it, though.
But the one time that Brady asked him to stop is when he went after Bob Kraft.
Okay, but they allowed everything else.
No, I'm saying this is what I'm saying, Dan. Like, I don't think it's a case of...
I don't feel like Bob Kraft should have got any flack. Well, actually, no, he should have got flack for basically being allowed a prostitution ring. But I felt like it's been like 2 fucking years. Like, no one needs to have a reminder of that. Like, some things just don't need to be rehashed. That's one of them.
When you say
I feel like that was just a little
Netflix has supported
disrespectful,
comedy,
honestly.
I think you
That's
should
how I
talk to more
felt.
comedians. Many of them don't... Exploited might be the word that they use, given what they're handing out. Yes, Chappelle gets $8 billion, but the majority of these other comics are not getting
I'm
that
mad as
kind
hell
of
if I don't
money,
get more than
and
15
they're
hours of
trying to
work
make
this
it
week.
where it's like you have
Because I'm
now
like,
the
I
Netflix
bust
special in
my
the
ass
same
for
way
this
that
company. They
a
don't even
decade
pay me
earlier
that
was
much.
a Comedy
Like,
Central
I
special,
know
an
I said I
HBO
can only get
special. Now it's just a
$1,700,
Netflix special.
but they don't even pay me at least $600, like for two paychecks a month, which is $1,200. They only pay me for like $200.
That's all one thing. All I'm saying is the Patriots did not
I am worth more than
Patriots
that, damn
were
it.
there.
I
The
am not
jokes
a
were going to
fraud.
happen, and
I
they did
am
happen.
But the
one of those
Patriots
dicks.
participated in this. I don't want to get caught up in the semantics of either
Oh,
that or whether
fuck.
Netflix is supporting
Oh,
comedians or
that
comedy.
pop
That place
said
is a place that's more receptive to what is more receptive to providing an area for comedians to do what they did last night, which is, I'm imagining, I haven't seen the social media response, but I am imagining that there are a whole lot, there's a generation of young people, A, not terribly familiar with the roast concept because it's not like it's been thriving recently, and B, that they're surprised that they're watching something that had so much stereotype humor in it. Like, those are some, there were a great many jokes told last night that I thought would raise quite the objection with people who like to object
I needed
on
the money.
internet to that sort of thing.
Why? Like, I mean, it's a roast. Like, you know things are going to be off the handle. Like, that's always what it's been.
Understood that that's always what it's been, but I believe the relationship that everyone has with comedy now is a little bit different than it used to be. You have a whole lot of people complaining about what they can and can't say, and the roast is an artifact from another time. I wish for it to exist, but when you say why, for example, the Jews took a hit last night with some stereotype stuff that I did not think was going to be okay in 2024, given what's happening in the world. Like, I thought there would be many people complaining about some of the jokes that were being told there. If indeed people are sensitive to comedy, as everyone seems to think they are, Billy, what are you pursing your face about?
Well, first of all, I felt like we distracted you, and I was kind of castigating Stugatz because he whispers extremely loud, and I was telling him you need to stop talking because every other microphone in the room is picking you up. I know that you're making an effort to whisper. Everyone can hear everything that you're saying.
Totally fair, yeah.
Was he making an effort?
I was making an effort,
he was, but I don't know, and I was telling him, stop doing that. Everyone can hear you.
Top 5 roast, that's what I was doing.
I thought he was talking to me.
He is a very bad whisperer, and it makes me think of a John Hollinger report from the weekend where he reported as fact that Jimmy Butler in Miami is something that is tenuous at the moment, and the way that he reported it is by saying, hold on a second.
He can also shut up. I mean,
oh, we would have beat the Celtics. Oh, we would have beat the Knicks. You had your shot.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Mike. As you know, sports are a bit crazy right now. It kind of feels like everything is happening all at once, and you have to make some decisions to prioritize if you want to support your team or go out and see some of these games. Well, I've got a recommendation for you. As someone that loves sports and loves attending live sporting events, you're always hunting the secondary market for hard-to-find tickets. I've been out there in those streets, and I know the best possible place for me and you is Game Time. It's an incredible app that is so upfront with its pricing. It's an authorized ticket marketplace of the NBA, which makes getting playoff tickets even faster and easier. Game Time, tons of last-minute deals. You can save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying NBA tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code DAN for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code DAN for $20 off.
Ah, damn, I'm
Download
sure
Game Time
this
today.
zone
Last-minute tickets,
pass
lowest price,
coverage.
guaranteed.
Because
You were that kind of sad this morning, taking the barrage of anger from Stugotz because you hadn't booked him enough interviews. The only reason I keep bringing this up is because you are throwing a big party on Thursday. You're doing it, and I want people to support what you're doing because Stugotz has not made this easy.
Stugotz. Well, you know, yeah, you know.
This is the
Yeah.
show with the Stugotz.
I gotta see you.
How about don't make it? How about you play during the regular season so you're not in the play-in?
How about your words mean something when you're beating Boston? Not when you
Jimmy
get
Butler
bounced
did
in the
have a
first
big
round.
win this weekend.
How about you don't get hurt?
He was supporting Lando Norris at the Formula One race, and Lando Norris won the Miami Grand Prix, his first ever win in Formula One, on the top of the podium, and Jimmy Butler was wearing a Lando McLaren shirt. We might have a video of it, I'm not sure, but it was legendary. He also had his coffee truck in the paddock, and I got to try Jimmy Butler's coffee for the first time, and let me tell you, I did not sleep last night.
Oh, wow.
I was wired.
Wow.
That is really good coffee. It's called Big Face. In my head, I kept saying Fat Face, but then I was like, no, that's Dan. So it's really, really good. Glowing endorsement. This is not an ad. I'm not being paid to say this. I'm still completely caffeinated from yesterday.
What was the sample size?
What do you mean?
What'd you drink? A 12-ounce, a little cup?
Like an espresso.
Okay.
Yeah. It was. I mean, it was so. It was so good.
Isn't it $100?
It was free for everyone in the paddock.
So it's cheap.
So.
Let's play the sound from Jimmy Butler, and I will get around at some point.
Oh shit, we got Anthony Richardson in Israel.
I'm calling you Lando, right? Why is that, Lando?
That's who I aspire to be. He's great. He's young. He's a little bit attractive. And so
Hey, yo.
it's good to be him right now.
Lando, is this your first time at a Formula One event?
No. I've been here a couple times. I went to Montreal. I want to go to Monaco, though. So that's the next one on my list.
Never tried to fit in a car?
I have not. I don't think I will. And like I tell everybody, I don't
4
want to go
touchdowns,
fast.
man.
I want to go slow. I drive like big cars, not small fast ones.
Wow, the real Lando goes very fast.
He does, and I think that's why I lied to you. My name's really not Lando, it's Jimmy. So that's probably why I don't get in these cars.
I did not want not even one syllable of that particular sound. The sound that I want is the other sound where he's clearly lubed up at night. You can hear a little bit of the slur in his voice. His people have said that they don't know if this was at F1 or not. But regardless, here's the sound that was making its way around the internet this weekend.
You got it? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, action. If I was playing, Boston would be at home. New York, damn sure would be at home. Y'all talk. That mean to me. Just what? Yo. Come on, man. I love kids, but I don't want to. I love kids. I love you, baby. I want to beat you to a pulp. You want me, I don't want you. It's like a one-sided relationship. You in love with me, and I love you, but I'm not in love with you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit.
That sounded sober.
What John Hollinger was reporting is, and yes, Stugotz is a very bad whisperer, but what I found funny about this report is that he's reporting increasingly loud whispers.
Oh.
That Jimmy's not happy in Miami and that Miami's not happy with him, or that the Jimmy experiment is tenuous in Miami. But increasingly loud whispers is a bullshit report. It just means that Stugotz is doing the whispering.
I was about to say, Stugotz is the source then. We figured it out.
Roasted chicken from Publix.
So good.
Dan,
That sounds disgusting.
I used to read reports sometimes, and based on the verbiage, you could figure out who was the source, literally by the way they talk. One guy, I'm not going to name, but he always talked about things in terms of like a football field. Oh, it's on the 20-yard line, it's on the 10-yard line, or whatever. So whenever I would see a report saying, well, this
Damn, everybody's struggling.
I'm like, that's so-and-so. And so loud whispers, I like that. That's Stugotz.
Increasingly loud whispers, which makes me feel like they're no longer whispers. Like, if they're getting increasingly loud...
Damn, this man had 4 touchdowns. Tied the career high.
I don't know how they could be whispers when there were already 2 or 3 different national reports of the same thing. So they'd already been said out loud. Now we're going back toward whispers. Increasing whispers?
We'll circle back around on where and when these things and how they leak, because they don't come from the Heat. They come from the national sources.
Wow.
And it just makes me assume Daryl Morey is telling people.
That's what he whispered in my ear.
I mean, that's what I assume.
Increasingly loud whisper, by the way.
The stuff that came out on Jimmy early was not pro-Jimmy, right? It was like he wants an extension, he wants a max, and he's going to be paid like $50+ million.
That stuff I thought that was leaked. I thought that was leaked by Jimmy. I thought that was Jimmy or his agent putting
fairly
pressure
obvious, right?
at a pretty good time to leak it when your team falls apart. And last year they beat that team when he was healthy.
It seemed like a little bit of posturing between both the organization and Jimmy Butler, where those reports came out at the same time with slightly different angles through more local reporters. The national stuff, which oftentimes the Heat aren't really involved in, the local rumor mill starts. The national stuff, that tends to seem like what Dan's saying. Potentially Daryl Morey seeing a situation where, all right, a contract negotiation's going on. Let me swoop in here and just put out some feelers about whether or not Jimmy would be interested.
He wants to pay Jimmy Butler $60 million when he's
31-yard return.
And I say our, as the city of Miami. I'm taking up for all of us.
You tell him.
Exactly right.
Was there a chance Jimmy was rooting for the Heat to lose?
That's a fair question.
Something to ponder, Tony.
Put it in.
Is it nicer to say nothing than to say someone's a little bit attractive?
Nicer? No,
just to say nothing.
A little bit attractive.
Too many damn interceptions. 15.
I'd take it.
I took that as the male kind of the straight male homophobic way of trying to say, like, he's good looking, but I can't let people think I'm. So I'm gonna say, oh, he's a little bit attractive. That's what he's doing.
I saw that Kevin Hart did that after losing the Oscar ceremony the way that he did last night. He just filed it under white guy humor, because there were a lot of blowjob jokes last night. And so that's what Kevin Hart was playing with. But when we get back to what it is that happened last night, Katie Nolan is going to join us here in a little while to talk about that and Bruins Panthers, a series that begins tonight. Drew Bledsoe is going to join us later in the show. I thought he was the best of the athletes and Stugatz. I felt legitimately bad for the athletes having to follow comics in that spot.
It's a tough spot.
It's not just 20,000 people in an arena, which Belichick isn't used to doing, and Bledsoe's not used to doing, and Edelman and Randy Moss and Gronk aren't used to doing, but you also are public speaking in front of what you know is an international audience. And to follow Nikki Glaser, like when you're an athlete, it's just to be Randy Moss and try to get up there. Randy Moss, who
poor Randy.
I mean,
he had no shot.
I mean, I just felt.
I picked up my phone the moment he got on. I was like,
I thought Bledsoe, I thought, did better than any of the other athletes, and had
great.
Which I think is a better spot to go than later once some of the comedians are killing. But all I kept saying under my breath to my wife is, "Oh, what a bad spot! What a bad spot for Randy Moss." And it's not just because he's following people that are funny. It's because when have you ever heard Randy Moss speak in front of a giant amount of people?
It's like following Tom Brady when he's playing quarterback. It's like being Brian Hoyer. I mean,
their writers did a great job, though, to make the athletes and Belichick seem funny.
Man, 3 straight games with opening quarter interception. Not fun.
Once you kind of get going, you could feel the.
Didn't have one in week 1, but I had.
You got to give a ton of credit.
Had 1 interception in game 1. Damn, man.
By the way, the writers, including some former guests on Oddball. Jeff Ross was a writer. My guy Pat Barker was a writer. I believe there's one other comedian who was a writer who was on Oddball when we did our season preview, which you can catch on YouTube. Just in case you want to wonder what the comedians thought was going to happen at the beginning of the season.
But you don't remember his name, huh?
How did you make that so much about you and promoting you and forget a comedian's name?
Wait, watch this. I'll do it too. So I didn't get to watch that much of it because I got home really late from the race last night, but I watched maybe like the first 40 minutes. My only take about this roast, when you have an audience that big and they're clapping after every 5 freaking sentences, five words, it's too long. Tell the audience, hold your applause, guys. You don't have to clap just because Bill Belichick breathed. You don't have to do it.
3 hours is a long time. I imagine.
God damn.
That,
For a roast?
Hinchcliffe and Glazer sold a lot of tickets last night to their tour. Probably you're friends with Andrew Schultz, aren't you, Amin?
I am.
His rise has been fascinating. As
Look at me, Louis.
Special, but can sell out Madison Square Garden because he's got such an internet following. That part is a bit of a seismic change, Dugats, to see a dynasty that was covered by the mainstream media link up with the podcast community to create something creative outside of what we ever think of the Patriots or how they're built. Like, it's a bit shocking to see Bill Belichick do stand-up. It's a bit shocking. It's the most interesting he's been in front of cameras in 25 years.
Let's do Camara.
Right? When we thought Bill wasn't going to be there, and I think I don't remember who it was that made the joke. I think it was Drew Bledsoe. He's like, "Is Bill behind me? I don't know. I can't see." Like, we didn't think.
No.
When he walks out to a hero's well,
damn it.
We're like, okay, like this is cool, and it kind of showed like another side to everybody, right? Like Brady, Edelman, Gronk, all the guys in the back row. Rodney Harrison, he was just fresh out of NBC. I was waiting for my boy to turn around and be like.
You know what's funny? We spent what?
I literally tried not to do that.
You guys haven't mentioned the most important thing, which is, you seen Tom Brady's hair?
Yeah.
Like in that poster for the event?
It's weird.
What's happening there?
I don't know.
There's
good genes.
No, that's not good genes. That's not good genes. You haven't seen it. The picture that they used?
Yeah. I think his hair and face, all of them are taken care of by all that science can offer to keep us.
Are you fucking serious right now?
Offering enough. I'm looking at this picture right now. I mean, science needs to do more.
He's close to 50.
Look, Tom Cruise is what, 75?
Yeah.
Science is doing great for him. Brady, now look at that. It's like two different eyes.
Don Lebatard.
Fans cheer that type of
So,
stuff.
when I was on the ACL, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize. I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize. What the hell? Why did they do that?
Back to what it is of what we have looking for.
Got the title for the next couple hours.
She has it right now. That's right. From one of the most.
The only time he got hurt.
Don Lebatard.
Look, Tom Cruise is what, 75?
Yeah.
Science is doing great for him. Brady, now look at that. It's like two different eyes.
Don Lebatard.
Fans use that type of stuff. I'm Brady got her his ACL.
Because the Jets finally had a chance to win a division. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize.
I was trying to do a lot of amazing sentences you've ever uttered. From the maker of Trust Me, Don't Trust Me. Yes, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to apologize. You are amazing. Thank you.
You happen upon genius comedy by accident.
I apologize.
Two different eyes.
Don Lebatard.
This is that type of stuff. Tom Brady is down in the Achilles, and the only time he got hurt in his entire career. I was switched from my little chance to win the division. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize for that.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize for that.
Come on!
You've ever uttered.
Stugats.
From the maker of Trust Me, Don't Trust Me.
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to apologize. You are me. Thank you.
You are a flabbergasting delight. You happen upon genius comedy
What?
by accident.
It's like.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize for that.
Don Lebatard.
What is that type of stuff? Tom Brady is down in the Achilles, the only time he got hurt in his entire career. Oh my God. I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize. This is one of the most amazing sentences you've ever uttered. From the maker of Trust Me, Don't Trust Me. Because,
Sorry, but I'm not going to
apologize. You are me. Thank you. Yeah, Olave.
You happen upon genius comedy by accident.
Ah. Oh.
with the Stuttgart.
Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. Take me there, see you in LA.
On with us later, but I'd like to know what it is that she thought about everything that happened last night.
What are you laughing at?
So we haven't had anyone that's affiliated with the Patriots until Drew Bledsoe later
That's
on.
correct.
Katie, you've got the title for the next couple hours.
She has it right now. That's right. But later, Drew Bledsoe is going to take this from her. And
Are you
also,
serious?
Katie, congratulations on your Bruins. Are you looking forward after last season losing to the Florida Panthers with a better team than this one and a worse Panther team than this one? Are you looking forward?
Okay. Hi.
Good morning.
Are you looking forward to this series?
No, Dan. Good morning. No. Look, I feel like I just wanted to make sure they did not do again what they did last year. It was the absolute worst. And so
He makes the catch in the end zone. 34 yards. Chris Olave, his first of the year.
If anything, I
What
just
the
kind of
hell?
screw it up for you guys.
Oh, but I would say that even though Florida's better and Boston's worse, it just means
Ah!
it's kind of the same this year. They've been kind of
Surprisingly, actually, got that to work.
the gulf has been erased, and now hockey can happen in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think the Panthers beat us in the regular season either. I think we were undefeated against them. Let's fact check that. But, it'll be interesting. We'll see.
Billy
We'll
is
see how it goes.
looking it up right now furiously,
Thanks,
or he's just checking Twitter and not paying attention to the executive producing of the show. One or the other, I cannot tell. What were the interesting things for you about last night? Everything that unspooled.
What?
I didn't mention earlier, by the way, just a stunning number of Aaron Hernandez jokes that created a whole lot of groaning that
you expected those, though, right?
I didn't expect quite the amount and quite how heavy-handed some of them were. But what were your observations, Katie?
Oh, so you already went over it and talked about what you liked. I was really interested to know how you felt about it. I liked it. I went into it kind of as a hater, expecting to dislike it just because it's a combination of two things that really mean a lot to me between, the Patriots and comedy.
Really?
And so you just get a little nervous whenever I see any athlete that I've publicly supported start to tell jokes. You just get a little freaked out that it's not going to go well.
I'm surprised that I even allowed that kickoff return to happen. I've never given up a return of more than 60 yards before in any Madden.
I feel like if you're a skilled comedian, you can tell them, but watching athletes trip through them, a lot of gay stuff felt like we probably didn't need from Julian Edelman, etc. But that being said, I know that they were nervous in an environment that isn't theirs and blah, blah, blah. It's a roast. Don't take it so seriously. I get all that. I don't want to hear that from anybody saying that I'm being sensitive. But I thought Kevin Hart was a great host. I didn't know that I was going to feel that way. I thought he did fantastic. He started a little slow for me, but then that's a tough job to do, and he did a great job. Am I just going to talk about it uninterrupted for 5 minutes, or should I be breaking for you to?
No, I want to hear all of your thoughts and what it is that you found.
No, you don't. I have pages. I have pages on pages of thoughts.
I want to hear them. This is why you're on. We will stand out of the way and listen to you
that's
talk.
not a show.
We want your
talk to each other.
We want your expertise.
Whoa!
Versus Bruins, year by year, decade by decade.
Oh, wow.
Records, if you want to.
Thank you.
No, we just need this. I just needed this season.
This season, the Bruins were 4-0. All time, they're 68, 52, and 6.
2-0-2, technically.
In the 1990s, they were 12, 13, and 3. So,
well, which is it? Is it 4-0 or 2-0-2? Which is it? Like, those are two very different stats.
Who said 2-0-2?
I said 2-0-2.
Well, that's wrong.
Okay.
All right, so
why?
go sit in the penalty box.
For what?
Which part are you not understanding? You corrected Billy with the wrong information.
But I might be right.
Incorrect.
Good to see you, Stu.
I'll invite you back in. You incorrected Billy. That is correct. Who did you think did best, and did you watch it? I guess since you mentioned your fiancé, Dan Soder, did you watch it with him? Because he's watching it differently than I would think most people are because of the degree of difficulty on the expectation.
Another one! And he's in the zone!
A couple of them rose up to it, but a couple did not.
Yeah, we watched it together. I also should say, and should have thought of this, any opinion stated here is mine and mine alone. These are my fiance's co-workers, so
no, you
not
are but a
reflecting on
mouthpiece.
him. I feel like I only got booked because Dan wouldn't have been awake at 9:25. He's fast asleep in the room next to me right now. Who did I think was the best? It's probably Nikki Glaser. I thought
those two picks hurt.
Sam J was my personal favorite. I lost my mind at Sam J. She was saying things that I had no idea. Why am I getting thumbs down? What's happening?
I don't know where you're getting thumbs down. Who gave you thumbs down?
What
it's
is
a
that?
Zoom thing, Dan. It's a new feature on Zoom. For whatever reason, it adds thumbs down. We don't have
hit the thumbs down on me?
Who ordered the code red?
I was right. I'll be back.
What do you mean you were right?
2-2.
That's different information that you
2-0-2 is what he said originally.
He's still wrong.
Saying
Deep into the night.
We had the one clip, Dan.
Takes after you. I hear she's out there draining balls right now. People love you, Tom. You have the same fan base as Kyle Rittenhouse. Gronk, I'm happy you could take a break from writing Santa letters to be here today. I knew you were here when we were all out of chocolate milk backstage. You look like the final boss in George Floyd, the video game.
Listen. Let me just say, Tony Hinchcliffe killed. Am I a fan? I would say, if I had to be honest, gun to my head, no. But he did kill last night. But those little things that he does that I'm like, you didn't need to. Why a George Floyd reference there? That's not the funniest possible way to use a very charged topic. So that's the things he does that bothers me. But that's my personal opinion and how I feel.
Right. It's just yours. It's the
just mine.
exclusive domain
Mine
of
alone.
Katie Nolan. Let me hear another Hinchcliffe clip, please.
Tom is afraid.
I don't want to hear Hinchcliffe. After that George Floyd reference, that turned me off. Like, come on, dude. Like, you can't say shit like that in 2024. I don't care what anyone says. It's a roast. No. I take things very fucking seriously. I don't see any point in jokes. I'm too old for that shit, and I can't stand your shit like that. It's not funny. Nothing is funny anymore. Because everything, you can't say nothing anymore, because if you say the wrong thing, everyone is offended. And I see no point in watching comedians in general, comedy in general. I'm too old for that shit.
Thoughts on Tom Brady whispering to Jeff Ross?
I am. I'm dead serious about it. I'm too fucking old for that shit. And people say, you need to live a little, you need to have some fun. I'm like, I'm a grown ass man. I don't have time for fun. I'm working. I'm trying to make some money being a YouTuber. I don't have time for fun.
The reason I didn't think
you think this shit is fun? No. I'm doing this because this is a job of mine. I'm making videos so I can make some fucking money. I'm not doing it just for willy-nilly.
That's how they were going to nip any of the other comedians from doing it, by saying, hey, we addressed it and then we let it go.
Well, and there's a lot of things.
Why can I not stop anybody passing the ball? I'm not this bad.
Stuff that you weren't allowed to tell jokes about.
What were you expecting to come up that didn't come up?
I don't know. There's just stuff about Jeff Ross I think we all know. And one person mentioned it. That I think if you're calling yourself a Roastmaster General, we should be able to make fun of you for your life and the things that have happened in it.
Have you ever seen Belichick in that light?
Wow, are you fucking serious? I jumped. I literally pressed the button and it doesn't even activate. What the hell?
I was like, every joke he told, I was like, okay, good, okay, Bill. And then there was some that I was like,
man, just score
okay,
already.
All right, Bill. Like he stumbled over the delivery of that Apple TV joke, but I got the vision. I liked it. I thought it was funny what he said, but it was funny watching him get a little nervous. He was clearly nervous on that Alex Guerrero joke, because when he was like, it's hard to butt heads at Tom.
30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 9, touchdown.
Can I say ass?
Yes, I think Alex Guerrero should have been on the dais.
I think he could.
First career kickoff return for a touchdown. Devon Nation.
But it's like, okay, buddy, you're overselling. You can't find it this funny, because then you wouldn't be the way that you are.
There's a lot of shots of Alex Guerrero. My wife's like, why do they keep showing this guy? And I'm like, it's a long story. He's like a doctor, but he's not a doctor, but like Brady's doctor. And she's like, oh, that guy.
You're listening to
presented by DraftKings. Why are you listening to this show?
A podcast that seems very similar
Let's
to
do
the
the
other
script
Dan
kick.
Levitard podcast.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize for that.
In fact, the only difference seems to be this imaging.
I have been tempted in restaurants just walking past tables to grab somebody's fries if they're just there. But that hasn't happened to you guys?
I've done it.
And now, here's the marching man to nowhere, Fat Face, and the habitual liar.
Surely, Katie, you winced at the number of jokes that Tom Brady had to endure at the expense of his marriage and the reports that his wife cheated on him with a jiu-jitsu instructor.
Wow,
Yeah, I probably it also felt like, I mean, they have to. If you're getting roasted, it's very public. My favorite was when Kevin said, when you have the chance to go 8 and 9 and lose your whole family, of course you have to, at the expense of your whole family, of course you have to do it. It was funny. It had to come up. Otherwise, what are they gonna make fun of you for? Being great? Like, that was my fear going into this, is that everybody was gonna be afraid to actually say anything actually critically funny about Tom Brady. Not enough jokes made at the expense of his fake hair, I think. But there were a couple. Yeah, but it's like, you paid for it. Let's talk about it, because it's a lot.
And it's not well done. That's a shocking thing.
I never notice. I never notice. I just never notice this kind of stuff. So I'll take your word for it. Men, you guys are so good at, like, calling each other out on your hair. I don't know what it is, but you love to do it.
Well, because we can't see each other's dicks.
Ah, okay, sick.
Good joke.
That's another thing that came up way too much last night. Do you not agree that there was way too much, like, yeah, I sucked his dick, and, like, yeah, oh, dicks, and we looked at each other's, and he's gay for him, and they're gay. And you're just like, okay, football players, we get it. It's the same joke, and you've told it now 50 different times. A little nuance would not kill you.
That is correct, but we're talking about it's I mean, like, there were so many jokes made about him just.
What the hell?
Like, just an unrelenting number of jokes that Gronk is a dope and a fool.
He is pretty
the most
stupid.
cathartic was when Bill Belichick was like, I'm known for telling
Brandon
people to
Lawrence
do
had
their
the
jobs,
extra
but
point
Gronk,
block.
I've been watching you on the pregame, and I have to tell you, please stop doing your job. It was perfect. I loved that very much.
Who did you feel bad for? I felt bad for Ben Affleck. He walked off the stage.
Okay, can I ask, how come in sports TV we never get good Affleck? Anytime he does anything in sports TV, we get, is he on drugs? Affleck. He never is alleged. I didn't say anything. Allegedly. I asked.
Hold on a second.
There's a question mark.
Hold on a second.
There's a question mark.
Great reckless. They call reckless speculation. You're good.
You're good.
I don't know for sure. And just like I'm bad at telling if somebody has fake hair, I'm bad at telling if somebody's on drugs. But he did give the energy of, like, when you kind of get stuck talking to a guy.
Down the field, inside the 15. Water ball.
You don't realize until, you get too into the conversation that, like, oh, this guy's... And I have to stay here and finish this conversation that if I had all the information, I never would have put myself in this position. So, again, I don't know about what's up with Ben Affleck. But I do know that between that and, remember when he was on Bill Simmons' show? Wasn't he his first guest on his show? You were all like, what is this? Ben Affleck, come on, babe. Step up.
I have a theory that he just doesn't want to be there.
Okay, then stop coming. How about that? What if you'd stopped coming to it then? You're at the Tom Brady roast. You're like the representative of a fan.
He's dead inside.
Like, why was he coming at some random ghost? I don't even know. Was that Twitter person real? I doubt it. I doubt he was talking to an actual real Twitter person who tweeted at Tom Brady. So I don't know. It wasn't for me. I felt bad for Kim Kardashian for a second, question mark. Just because food just for being there is brutal.
But I mean, her family's a bunch of assholes who are cocky, and they're arrogant, and nobody likes arrogant people.
Battle, and she did it, and was she great? I don't know. But
she did it. It sounds like you know. It sounds like.
But she did it. Here's the thing, Dan. She did it. And then later, when a joke was made, a joke by Tom Brady mentioning the thing that I think we all fear for Kim Kardashian, saying that
2 picks.
she was afraid to be here tonight, not because of the jokes, but because that means she left her kids at home alone with their dad. She had a good sense of humor about it. She laughed.
98-yard kickoff return for Devon 18.
But I just come on.
It gave up 30 points in the first half. It's fucking embarrassing, bro.
Kim Kardashian loudly at this point, isn't it? You can hate her, you can have disdain for her, you can have serious criticisms of her, but to just be like, boo, it's like, all right, just let her say her thing.
Just to put a bow on the whole Stugotz thing, these are the results of the 4 games of the Panthers and Bruins played. Bruins 3, Panthers 2. That's the first game. Second game was Bruins 3, Panthers 1. The third game was Bruins 4, Panthers 3. The fourth game was Bruins 3, Panthers 2.
How many in overtime?
None.
That's not how you look at the standings.
What?
I don't think
that
you
matter?
don't know.
That doesn't matter, Stugotz.
Like, a win in overtime is different than a win in regular time. A win in overtime means the other team still gets a point. It's like a half a win.
I know.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. That means nothing. There is overtime in the playoffs. It's not like we don't get to do that.
He said
I think he doesn't want to be here.
Katie, he's like Ben Affleck, incidentally, to Katie's point, though, he beelined off the stage, didn't say goodbye to anybody, didn't hug Tom, didn't say thank you, just went straight to the airport as if he was late for a flight, like didn't talk to anybody, just got off the stage, wasn't any good at any of the jokes, and then fled the premises. Katie, always lovely seeing you. Thank you for making the time for us.
Oh, I have 9,000 other things to say. I'll go say them to Dan. Bye, guys.
No,
Thank you so much.
Give me all of them. I want all of them.
Shut up. I was joking. You have a live TV show.
Guess what?
Go away.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing now.
That's what we're doing right now.
We're calling you on
We're
your
supposed to break, but we're giving you the space. We're giving you the space to give us all of the stuff that you're gonna like. As soon as we hang up with you, as soon as we get out of here, you're gonna be like, oh, I should have said this.
I mean, I will scroll through these notes. The funniest thing about Bert and Tom's set was seeing that everybody else used it as a chance to go to the bathroom. The way they set up that shot so that you could see, you saw Andrew Schultz like in the wings trying to get back to his seat, and he couldn't because then people would know that he got up to pee during Bert and Tom.
Tough spot for them.
I did the dishes. Yeah, I didn't. Were they funny? I didn't watch them.
They weren't funny, but it's a tough spot. You're reading the teleprompter, and you're going back and forth. Tough spot for them.
Well, how's that a tough spot? Do it alone then. You're both stand-up comedians.
I agree.
Do it alone.
That was my
You do not have to
criticism.
do it as the two of you. I don't know when that became. I don't feel that they make each other better per se. You have a podcast together. That's
Davenport!
Make a booze together also.
40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30. Oh, he's already on his team! No! No, you bastard! It was a toddy!
I didn't watch it, so maybe they were great. Sam J, why aren't you guys talking more about Sam J? Sam J was so funny. Sam J to Drew Bledsoe, I was hiding behind my pillow when she was explaining to him what a loser he is, when she said that he's been cucked by Brady his entire life.
Yeah.
And then he said to Brady, just f his wife and get it over with.
Damn.
That's wild.
Yes.
That's wild.
Shout out Flatbush misdemeanors.
We're going to play that for Drew Bledsoe later. See how that
Thank you. Oh, my God. Oh, tell him he was such a good sport. But also ask him if he needed a sip of water when he came out. Because it was all I noticed. And maybe it's because I have a mom who smokes weed. And I'm not alleging that that's what he was doing at all.
Hold on a
but
second.
It's the
Hold
same
on a second. Hold on.
Get reckless. He's like to call reckless speculation. You're good.
I'm truly not saying because I don't think he smokes weed, but I could just tell. He just had dry mouth. You were ever in a conversation with somebody and they're like,
but he was drinking a ton of wine. He had to be scared. How can you not be
terrified?
Scared in that
I couldn't believe he came. He started also the cold open. I would never have said yes to that. Acting brutal, but like
I mean, Belichick's acting was
all of them.
so
I
bad.
meant all of them. That whole thing, I was like, that made me so nervous for the rest
It
of the
made
night.
him so cringe.
It's going to be a long night, which, to be clear, it was a long night. This was fun, but it was too long. There was
3
too much.
hours.
It needed to be a lot shorter because it ended up taking my entire night, and I'm not being paid to be here as far as I'm aware.
Too much clapping, right, Katie?
Yeah, it was just, it was a lot. Yeah, but they really did. The audience was either being piped in or very into it and very loud. They reacted really well. Other Sam J joke, which may have been the joke of the night, was when she told Bledsoe that the only ring he has is the one Tom won for him. So just like her strap on, just because you wear it doesn't make it real.
Damn! Damn!
And then, by the way, Kevin Hart got up and started saying what he thought Sam J's boyfriend might look like, and I was like, Kevin.
Yes.
Kevin.
I don't
Interception to Debo! Let's go!
Saying to Dana White of the Gisele Bündchen divorce that he recognizes, what it's like to steal half the purse of a Brazilian.
Chef's kiss. Excellent.
That's on a cross-country flight, by the way. He did MSG Saturday night and flew Sunday all the way over to LA to do that.
He's got a great face for comedy. Great face for comedy.
I mean, that haircut's gotta go. I know he does it so people will mention it, but I hate it. It's brutal. It's just like we don't need it. Just be.
What the fuck?
It does look like he's out of the 1930s, a black
Are
and
you
white
serious?
railroad.
Yes.
You know,
And
the guy
listen,
who straps
What?
on the
It's like a
Are you
mixture
serious?
of like Peaky Blinders and
What the fuck?
Yeah, in all the worst ways, in all the wrong and bad ways. I will say though, let's give credit where it's due. He's the only one who made a Jeff Ross joke. He said that he reminds him of the guy from the office.
You gotta be fucking serious. 3 picks? 3? 2 for pick sixes?
What else do you have in your notes that we need that we need to get to? Because I want you to empty the clip.
How did you guys feel about Peyton Manning?
I didn't see Peyton Manning. When was Peyton Manning? I must have been away from the television.
The fourth time they brought somebody else off backstage.
He was like the special guest.
I missed Peyton. Was that toward the end?
It was the last. It was the right before Tom. He introduced Tom.
Nah.
So he was right before Tom.
He was all right.
I didn't need it. I didn't.
Well,
I
Katie,
was like, okay.
Breaking news. Eli Manning tweeted just now, I thought about attending the roast of Tom Brady last night, but I did not want to roast him for a third time.
Boom!
I mean,
joke
really?
of the night.
Ooh, really? Yeah.
Yes, that's right, Katie.
By the way, Jess, breaking news. Hi, good to see you.
Hey, long time no see.
I know. I love you. Hope you're doing well.
I thought there were a lot of.
Wow.
That's good TV.
I thought that there were a
Is
lot
that
of.
who my thumbs up's coming from? Now I like it.
I thought there were a
You've
lot of
gotta
people
be
who
fucking
didn't
serious.
know on the day as who Ron Burgundy was, and how confusing that must be to not know who that character is, and then see that guy doing that. Like,
if you had told me at the beginning of the night that I wouldn't have minded the Ron Burgundy part, I would have been surprised because I'd be like, okay, Ron Burgundy in a roast, we get it, we've done this. But he was actually pretty funny. When he made the whole crowd chant that Eli Manning made Tom Brady his bitch, it was funny because when he made it sound like he was going to make everybody do it again, it was funny. He was pretty funny. It was I thought it was a good bit.
We have less than 50 seconds left. 50 seconds. So you got to give us the best of what you've got here. You've got a lot of pressure.
God. Oh my
it's
God.
Okay,
I'm
but now you have now 30 seconds. You are
okay.
Nah, Kate, no, you're not really that funny. I don't know why they even have you on.
Your misery.
I like you as a person, but you're not really funny. And I was mad at ESPN and FS1 got rid of you. Made no sense. Then what was the point of even bringing her on if you was going to just fire her anyway?
Oh, come on, there's too much.
I'm really mad that I gave up a touchdown.
Dana White bombed. Jokes, all bad, nobody laughed. Dana White bombed. Okay, bye. I'll text you the rest.
Hey, it's Mike. As you know, sports are a bit crazy right now. It kind of feels like everything is happening all at once, and you have to make some decisions to prioritize if you want to support your team or go out and see some of these games. Well, I
don't particularly care for this version.
Someone that loves sports and loves attending live sporting events. You're always hunting the secondary market for hard-to-find tickets. I've been out there in those streets, and I know the best possible place for me and you is Game Time. It's an incredible app that is so upfront with its pricing. It's an authorized ticket marketplace of the NBA, which makes getting playoff tickets even faster.
I wish I could change
easier.
playbooks
Game Time, tons of
mid-game.
last-minute deals. You can save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater,
You're
and
serious?
more. Take the guesswork out of buying NBA tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code DAN for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code DAN for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Don Levitard. I got somebody here making fun of me. How old do you have to be?
Shecky Green.
Man, I went comedically there with the funny name of a comedian. That's on you for not knowing who Shecky Green is.
You gotta know who Shecky Green is.
No, you don't have to know who Shecky Green is, but
He's your ally.
I don't like my allies
King
here.
of the Borscht Belt.
Stugotz.
I have the soul of a Borscht Belt comedian. I should be in the Catskills in 1945, opening for Shecky Green. That's who I was destined to be.
This is the Don Levitard
I'm just doing random plays now since I know every play in the playbook. Wow.
Some of the local stuff in a second, but we miss Katie Nolan, and we do not and have not seen her enough recently, and she's got more thoughts, and she's got nowhere to put them that won't be Dan Soder's ear, so we'll have them, we have her here.
This whole time I've been waiting for Soder to walk into the background scratching his ass.
And he's not going to be awake for another 2 hours.
Good sleeper.
Drinking milk straight out the carton.
I envy that sleep. What else do you have for us from last night? Because it sounds like you were delighted, and I will tell you and the audience that I was very pleased that everyone just tried all of that. That franchise, which has been starched and stiff and secretive and more interesting in scandal than it is in front of microphones showing you personality. It was just
Really? Matthew, why didn't you jump, bastard?
Interesting for something other than winning and being respected and being hated for how some of the winning happened.
Yeah, I agree. I thought everybody had such a good sense of humor. I'll also say, because I feel like I've now taken over your show to talk about just a thing I loved. The first time I did your show, I didn't say a word, so I feel like I've earned this.
Yes,
now I can
agreed.
Agreed. On the show, because the first time I just sat there.
Yeah,
and listened to
took a minute. Yeah.
Bob Kraft. No, not enough applause in this room for Bob Kraft. He was funny. He was funny and he was charming. When he said to Putin, "Give me my effing ring back," that was fantastic.
I thought that he was somebody who was treated with a little bit too much deference, except for when they told him that they'd all be gathered again for his funeral.
Which, again, the delivery of Julian could have used a soft touch, but instead he was like, figured I'd see you all at his funeral.
Well, he's not a comedian.
I know.
He's a slot receiver.
I don't think that Edelman having a soft touch with his speech. That's not one of the talents in his toolbox.
Rodney Harrison, did anybody look more like they didn't want to be there by the time we hit the 2-hour mark? He was just like not into it, and I get it, because having to sit there and watch that whole thing, it was so long. If I had to be watched while I was sitting watching it, I'd be exhausted.
You're supposed to get loaded, right? And just make side jokes with the people on the panel. That's how you do it.
Yeah, but they had too many athletes up there to do that. Like, I get why they had the athletes up there. I was happy that, like, Nate Solder was up there for when Belichick was going, so that he could roast them in a way that was very funny, because we don't really talk about players in those positions. But for, like, a dais, it was too many athletes. They weren't, like, that's like class, it felt like, for them. They had to sit through class.
The only person who looked more upset to be there than Rodney Harrison
Wow,
was
fire.
during the portion where Kevin Hart made him take a shot with Bob Kraft. Because he looked like he wanted to kill someone.
And this is
5
when I
interceptions.
was like, hey, I really love Kevin Hart hosting this, because I thought he was sweet. I thought he was just like, hey, I noticed you guys are really far apart from each other. Why don't we get a little closer, do a shot? And that had already come after the shot between, what was the first one? It was Tom and Gronk. Gronk, who spiked a glass shot
The
glass
shards went
on
everywhere.
stage where the tables were right there. It was like the dumbest thing. And then to hear Kevin Hart go, yeah, no, we'll clean it up, Gronk. It's okay. Oh, while we're talking about this, one of the funniest moments was when Kevin Hart said, it's crazy you guys let him come up here by himself. Good job, Gronk. You're doing good, Gronk. He had to like talk to him like a child because Gronk at one point was supposed to pull out those shot glasses, and there was a different prop that was there for later in the night, and he took that out, and Kevin had to get on the mic from the dais and be like, no, not that. Put that down, Gronk. Okay, take out the other. Him being dumb was just a very, very funny recurring beat.
Yeah,
the
there
night.
was
Stu,
that.
did you watch it? Did you like it? Sorry, Jess, I want
No,
you to
you're
talk.
good.
Never mind.
I did. I said,
Well.
yeah, go, Jess, go ahead. You answer her question.
I want to hear what you have to say first.
Well, I was going to say, I did watch it. I watched like the first 40 minutes, and I thought Kevin Hart was great because he really set the tone. He let you know right away that there is nothing, except for Bob Kraft and massages, there is nothing here that we're not going to go after. There is no one here we're not going to go after. And for that reason, I thought it was great. And I also saw Tom Brady, and I'm with Dan on this, the fact that that organization allowed themselves to be open to doing this and laugh at themselves, I thought was very refreshing and a good look for every
What?
person.
You overthrew your wide receiver?
It was fun when Jeff Ross had to explain the forum is how Gronk counts to 4 or that counts to 5 joke or whatever it was afterwards. Katie, do you feel like they were all really hungry? Like they were sitting up there for 3 hours. They probably had to put on their nice suits like an hour beforehand, do hair and makeup. They probably hadn't eaten in hours. I would have been so hungry. I would have been hangry, although most of them probably also on Ozempic, so maybe appetite suppressed. But I just got a sense that Rodney Harrison at the end maybe was just a little hangry.
Yeah, especially the athletes. I feel like there's no way they're usually going that many hours without at least a bar or a handful of a trail mix of some kind. It was too long.
Protein bars, yes.
Yeah, you got to feed them.
What else? We've got to get out of here, Katie. So
you don't. There's so much.
What? How was that intercepted?
I'm surprised you guys didn't want to entirely focus on the fact that when Brady was like, if you just gave the, what was it, 20 million or whatever to me, I would just admit that I deflated the balls. You didn't
20 million.
I figured that would be the whole focus of your show, would be that he admitted it, and then you'd like harp on that for a long time. Is that not?
We did not do that. We did the 20 million spent on the investigation to try and catch them. He was saying, if you just handed that money over to me, I just would have admitted to doing it, and we could have been done with the whole thing. I think in the context of a bunch of joke making, though, I don't think that would have stuck as news. Tom Brady admits to cheating.
We all knew it.
No news.
Well, okay. How about when Tom Brady, funniest man alive, said he asked Bills fans how they're a mafia when they have no ring to kiss.
Ooh, got him.
It was so starch and just sadly delivered.
But this is the
poorly delivered. He was he was like a robot.
It was
telling
terrible.
jokes. Oh, which reminds me of another Sam J joke that we haven't even talked about. When Sam J said that she was afraid of AI taking jobs, but Bert Kreischer proved that a machine can't write a good script.
Tom Brady's gonna be a robot because he's a robot, and that's like, again, we can critique all of this, and one of the things that Tom Brady fancies himself is someone who mocks the critic because he's the man in the arena, and of course, we're going to watch what he does and critique it, but it's almost something that he can't be good at. The expectation of funny in that circumstance, speaking to people, is such a hard ask for anyone who's not a comedian that, of course, he's going to blow the lines and not deliver stuff the way that a comedian would deliver it.
Okay, but Colts are just Broncos who don't fuck.
It's such. You remember when Tom Brady was like, guys, I'm going to be a stand-up comedian? Everybody's like, wait, what? Are you serious? He's like, don't worry about the $375 million. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm going to be a stand-up comedian. We were like, there's no way he's good at that, right?
Yeah, no, he's not. I didn't come away from this being like, oh my God, so personable. I was like, oh, he could take a joke and tell a joke. His whole thing was weird. I feel like it was kind of one long scripted bit of him like bloviating and talking about how great he was. I thought parts of it worked, but overall I just would have rather he told jokes instead of giving a whole big speech. We get it, you are great, but I don't need Tom Brady to tell me that he's great. That's why we're here. Like when he said I think he said to Belichick, like when somebody wins the Indy 500, I'm not like who put the gas in your car. trying to say that that's all that Belichick had to. I don't know. I know it's a complicated relationship, but I was just like, meh.
Tony, you think when Brady's working to be a stand-up comedian that any stand-up comedian has that as the opening gig as opposed to workshopping your stuff in
he's
a
at
club?
the cellar. He's doing.
You're saying give him time.
He's trying to work it out. I get that.
I'm saying you don't
Give me a few sets.
You don't start there. You start with 6
Yes!
people and some
Scar!
family.
And no, I'm not going for 2.
The kitchen is being cleaned up.
Even that is nerve-wracking.
At the
But you're still Tom Brady. Here's the thing: if you're Tom Brady going to do stand-up comedy, you're never going to be able to just go to where you're not Tom Brady. You're always going to be Tom Brady. So he's never going to have a smaller stage, which is part of why it's insane to say you're going to do stand-up comedy. Because once you reach a certain level of fame, you can't get honest feedback, and that's how you get to be a good comedian.
It's like T.I. T.I. thought he was
Yeah,
going to
that's
be
nuts.
Someone had to tell him, like, yo, you're not that funny.
You're not that funny, T.I. You're not funny whatsoever.
Someone who's not with us anymore, I believe.
Katie, good seeing you. Thank you for being on with us. We like seeing you around here, so stop by more often.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but you also keep asking me to leave. It was good to see you, too. I hope you guys have a fantastic show. I love you so much. Bye.
Likewise.
Bye. Bye, Jess.
More pleasantries.
It took too long to get to this, but Billy, speaking of weekend comedy, your Marlins trading a 2-time batting champion and paying the entirety of his salary.
They got a guy that's projected to be a 4th outfielder.
There's only 3, Dan.
By the way, Dan.
It's not softball.
Hey.
I know you were wondering, WFAT live stream tonight, huh? WFAT is presented by 1-800-FLOWERS. Save up to 40% off Mother's Day best.
Really? 500 yards to Anthony Richardson?
He's their only all-star. He's the one hitter that you trust. Again,
Oh, no, they have Sandy, but he's injured.
One hitter that you
Yeah.
Oh, you mean as an all-star?
Yeah. And they'll have a new one this year. Every team gets one. That's the beauty of the all-star game.
But they are one of the worst teams in baseball.
Again.
To say that 7 months ago they had the manager of the year and made the playoffs.
Yeah.
And they got, lucky in one-run games. They had a disproportionate number of victories in very close games last year. So
Damn it.
A playoff team, and they earned it. But
I'd argue they were unlucky in games that they were outscored by 15 runs last season.
Fair enough. But the whole thing
They didn't win any of those.
Fallen apart, and now you're trading the one excellent player that you just got, that you had at reasonable value, and I wonder how you feel as a team, as a fan of that team.
It didn't feel great. I was at Highlight when I found out the news, so I had to kind of stop paying attention to Highlight. We'll get to Highlight later, Dan. But yeah, I was watching the situation unfold. I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure Peter Bendix knows what he's doing. That seems to be.
What do you mean?
He's lost a lot of fans here lately. Peter Bendix, the general manager.
He's not that
You
good.
gotta get something for Soler, but
Well, here's the thing that confuses me about this move in particular is why do you do it May 3rd or May 4th? Like, I don't understand that. They could have done it in the offseason. It almost seems like they decided.
Wait, Tommy Turner was a
And
superstar?
then we can justify it.
When was this?
People kind of start to get off, dude, aren't you? And then you.
Yeah, but wait until the deadline when people are desperate and they'll give you more. Because this didn't seem like a great haul. Some people have said this is a great haul. Other people have said, like, maybe a 4th outfielder.
they didn't get a top 100 prospect.
No.
The national reports have suggested that they tried to shop Arias in the offseason. There wasn't much of a market for it. They were afraid to wait until the deadline. And so this was why, with a trade of such value, they wanted to get it done now. But if you're a fan, it's understandably disappointing.
To see the Marlins be sellers as April ends. Like
Sellers in May. Sad.
I mean,
that is.
Here's the thing.
And you're paying for a guy. He's getting 4 hits for another team.
Can I just look? Here's the thing. If you are the general,
I don't get why I'm struggling.
Right? And you're here, and you're apparently the one that's going to be the person that speaks on behalf of the team. Don't say on May 3rd it didn't seem like we were going to make the playoffs. Even though, like, everybody knows. You can't pull the plug on May 3rd and trade your best player. Be like, it didn't seem like we were going to go.
How many months ago were they in the playoffs with the manager of the year? Was it 7 months? 6? 5? Like, how many months ago was that?
What the hell?
October, November.
They're 15 out.
Yeah, it's early. 162.
Yeah, I mean, the
Good bounce back
disappointing
win yesterday, I'll say that.
Yeah, they won 12-3. How about that?
After losing 20-4, so it's still negative run differential. But
They're worse than the A's.
The extremely disappointing
they're good this year.
They're better. They're not good. They're better.
They were supposed to have this year be sort of a tweener year, right? Like all of...
Don Lebatard for weeks, months even, during the regular season, I wondered aloud what Kevin Stenlund did. And then about 3 weeks ago, it hit me. Stugatz, he gives him one of these, and he gives him one of those.
This is the Don
Huh?
Lebatard Show with the Stugatz.
You know I'm too young to know that reference.
We've got a fun hockey game tonight, and I, Stugatz, can't believe that I'm looking at ESPN. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. More than 20 people are picking games here for ESPN.
Right.
And I'm going to say 22 of 23 people have picked the Panthers to beat the Bruins, and only Steve Levy picks the Bruins to win in 7.
That's the only one that counts.
Yeah, who else is picking?
Mark Messier doesn't count.
The Messiah.
PK Subban doesn't count. Bob Wischusen doesn't count. Hillary Knight doesn't count. Linda Cohn doesn't count.
I'm going to say Bob Wischusen does not count.
Bucci Grass doesn't count. I mean, that's a lot of people who are picking the Panthers tonight, and I am a little bit startled to find myself, after many years covering this franchise, to see this in the playoffs against the Boston Bruins team that last year, at least when I saw it, was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in the regular season.
The Panthers had 110 points this season. The Bruins had 109. Like, they're really good. Having 22 of 23 picking the Panthers, that's crazy. That's insane. They have expectations now. This team has expectations. I guess that's a good thing.
Dan, I'm worried that you may get too invested in this, and what I need to do is that I need to invite you to where Tony and I are, and you need to not care about this until you get to the Stanley Cup final. That's what you got to do. You got to one-up what you did last year. Don't ride the highs and the lows, the emotional roller coaster. It's going to be too much for you at this point. You don't need this. Focus your energy on other things.
The Marlins.
No.
Focus your energy on other things. Don't do that right now. Get to the Panthers when you need to get to the Panthers, and right now, you don't need to get to the Panthers.
You're keeping an eye on them.
Exactly.
They're in the back. They're right there. You can see them in the mirror. You're like, all right, I know you're there. I'll get to you when we get to you. We got other things important now.
You toss one of
later.
Was that icing? And then you just keep it moving.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do right now.
Now, when do you get to them?
Stanley Cup final.
Yeah.
Let's go!
That's where they were last year.
What if they're down 0-2 to the Bruins? Let's just...
No.
Then you
don't start paying attention?
With two home losses?
What?
With 2 home losses is what he's got them starting 0-2. I don't think, Billy, that you're...
Okay, we're only down 5. I'm mad that I gave up 54 points to the Panthers.
There's nothing else playing with stakes locally, unless you count Jessica's foray into the tempest that was F1 this weekend.
How come you didn't go, Dan? I heard you had a pass and you just didn't want to go.
It's right there.
Look at me, Louie, in the physical flesh, ladies and gentlemen.
What do you mean?
Waste of a pass.
What do you mean it's look at me, Louie?
Why do you have this with you?
It just stayed here all weekend. It was here all weekend.
Scared that you wouldn't know what to wear again and that like we were going to make fun of you?
I didn't want to deal with the traffic, although the temperature down here was so much better this year than it was the last time.
No, it was horrible.
I'm not saying it was good. I'm just saying better than last year. Still hotter than the surface of the sun, somewhere around the bowels of hell, but better than last year.
Fair. The traffic was a nightmare, and as I said on Mystery Crate last week, I was dreading going to the race all weekend because I knew I would probably spend like 10 hours in traffic, which I did. But shout out to my Uber driver, Matt Kugler, for taking me both ways all weekend.
Wait a second, you didn't get out of you didn't drive?
Yeah.
No,
the whole
we
point
only
was
had
you were
one,
supposed to drive.
We only had one pass, so we had to carpool together. And you'd think, oh, maybe they're limiting passes so there won't be a billion cars on the road. No, there were.
What the
Go
hell?
out and say, if you didn't drive, you're not allowed to complain about traffic. You got to sit on your phone. You could have
Watched a movie. You're not dealing with it.
You're not dealing with traffic. It's only bad when you're the one driving.
Absurd.
He's right about that.
No, he's right. He's right.
Are you allowed to complain about traffic. Jessica, what were the highlights from the weekend? You appear to be, from what I can gather around here, you seem to be in the minority position of everyone is less interested here in F1. And this weekend, it didn't quite feel to everyone here the way that it did last year when it was novel and new.
Well, I mean, it felt pretty exciting at the track. It was a sellout. There were, I mean, hundreds of thousands of people there all weekend. It's
Street
not for everyone.
and
You don't have to
Ellis.
like it. That's okay. But it was a big event for Miami. It was the third year that they've done it. They have a contract, I think, for 7 more years. And every year, I think the event has gotten better. I think
Tommy
my
Townsend.
only complaint really is getting to and from Hard Rock, which I've heard also sucks for Dolphins games. Probably is a little worse for F1 because there's more parking lots being used for the actual race, so it's harder to get around there. But I thought it was a great event. I had a ton of fun. My week actually started on Thursday. I was doing this like motorsport.com panel with a bunch of Formula One podcasters. So we had on two of my favorite people from my favorite F1 podcast. Miss Apex came on. 2 women that host a podcast called 2 Girls, 1 Formula came on. Alanis King from motorsport.com. I thought you guys would have more.
Oh
of a
my
laugh for
God!
2
You're
Girls, 1 Formula, but I guess not.
No, well, I got uncomfortable.
Wow.
2 Girls, 1 Formula. I was surprised that was a name. I just got. Oh, I just remember they did this to me live on air on a Sunday morning.
Yes.
So I was shown 2 Girls, 1 Cup without knowing what it was.
I'm not familiar with that reference.
Yeah, what is that?
What is that?
Huh? What? Moving on.
So I had a really great time. I met a lot of like other faces in F1 media. It's always interesting going to a international event like this, and people kind of treat me like I'm an alien because we cover like American sports, we cover basketball and football and all these things, and like the motorsport world, I think is really like everyone kind of is in that world. Like they're very dedicated to motorsport. So it's funny. They're like, wow, you cover like all the, one of the British media people is like, you do like sports ball. Like what is that like?
Jessica, I was waiting for you to come with the you cover the American sports. It's very cute, how you chase a ball and put it in a basket.
It is funny though because there's like
That is a great British accent.
and they're all inside. The team villages are inside Hard Rock Stadium, and there's like a huge Miami Dolphins logo in the middle of the field. And I'm like, how many of these people know what this logo is and like what this league is? It's so funny, but I had a really good time, and the event was pretty awesome this year. Ended up being probably the best race of the season so far. Which was a bit of a surprise because we had Lando Norris on the show last year ahead of the U.S. Grand Prix, and he said that Miami's actually not his favorite track, and a lot of drivers have said this. It's a little bit of a boring track. It's not very exciting. There's not a lot of passing, but as it turns out, this year, Lando Norris won the Miami Grand Prix.
Mr. Baby won, Dan.
His first Formula One race like ever.
It's
it was
about
a
time.
long
It's crazy how he still has a job and he's never won a race. I tried to give F1 a chance.
Mr. Baby has never won, and then won now.
Yeah, after crapping on Miami.
Go figure.
Yeah.
He didn't crap on it. He just said it wasn't his. He said Lando. He said it wasn't his favorite.
Yeah.
But I think he'll probably change his mind now because this was a monumental moment for him and for his career. I mean, he joined F1 in 2019. He's been on the podium 15 times. He's a phenomenal driver.
Came back.
But the McLaren car has not been very fast until this weekend. They finally put in an upgrade and had some pace and were able to stave off the Red Bull. And now I'm spoiling my F1 minute, so I really should stop one.
That wasn't it?
I tried this weekend.
No, you didn't. You did not try.
I did. I watched
You did not try.
I tried. I tried to watch it. I didn't watch the Netflix show. I feel like that's what's missing is I didn't watch the Netflix show, so I didn't really care. F1, we did this thing on Mission.
Yeah, too many points.
Things that are not for him.
It's a list that are for other people.
Yeah.
It's like things that I like for other people, but not for me.
Yeah.
I can go through it if you want.
No, that's good. I have one thing on the list
Mystery
right now.
Crate.
Riveting. A list of things you don't like.
If you want that list, Mystery Crate is where you need to go to get
things that are
list.
for other people.
One I think is for other people.
Let's go!
57 laps, not enough laps. We need like 200. Not enough. Yeah, no. NASCAR's like 250 laps. 57 laps is like you do that at the weekend on the go-kart. We do it here on Mario Kart on Fridays. 57
I think
is not
that's like
that many.
the appeal of F1 for a lot of people. Is like the race is over in 2 hours.
Yeah, it's a sprint. Yeah.
No, there
Well,
wasn't
that was on
enough
Saturday.
action. There wasn't enough things going on for me. It was hard to follow. You just see the team logo and then the name, but I don't know any numbers. I don't know who I'm watching, who I'm not. I have it on mute. It's very confusing.
Yeah, probably doesn't help.
Not for me.
Jessica, how hard is it for them to change the course, like from year to year?
Probably pretty difficult. And they might make adjustments to like the track surface. They might kind of like smooth out certain corners if they're too fast, stuff like that. But
the route.
But you know, this is a permanent track. This track is probably not going to change very much.
Put it on the poll, please. Do you find that F1 is for other people at Le Batard Show? Let's put up the menu because it is the most expensive sport. I can't even imagine.
Are you too broke, Mr. Le Batard? You cannot afford our hors d'oeuvres?
Is that why you didn't go?
What accent is this?
Look at this menu. You cannot charge me $180 for nachos.
Damn!
For whoever took
Damn!
is one time I sat in, this is like a humble brag, I sat in a suite for the Miami Open at the Hard Rock, and one of the marketing people gave me
Look
their
at me,
phones and was like,
Louis.
order whatever you want from like the catering for the suite. And so I was able to see the prices of how much it costs to order like the giant Caesar salad for the suite. And it was like this. I was like, am I about to order like $175 Caesar salad? But it's for like 10 people.
Yeah, it's like ordering a hammer for the U.S. Army. Like they know.
Well, yeah, that too.
Exactly right.
I don't know if this was like prices for an entire. Like,
no, it must be. It's got to be.
How many wings do you get for $190?
I better get a ton of
Not
wings.
enough.
It has to be.
No, it says add 1 ounce of caviar for $400.
To any item?
To any of those items.
To any item, Billy. What are you not understanding?
What?
Americans are so cheap.
So Stephen Ross was
Anna Delvey.
He was offered $10 billion for the Dolphins
600
in
yards,
F1,
man.
and I guess 10 is doing. He's like, nah, I want my family to have that. I do not love my family enough to say no to $10 billion.
I love my family enough. I would say no to any amount of money. I love my family that much. I would literally go broke for my family. Fuck money. My family is more fucking important than some damn paper. Huh. Fuck out of here. You crazy, bruh. You telling me with a straight face you gonna take money over your family? You need some help, bruh.
1 minute in a second.
What the hell is wrong with you, bruh?
Andrew Bledsoe will be around here a little bit later to talk yet more about that roast last night. I'm assuming that many people here listening are saying we've already talked about it too much, but I do like the swing that everyone took. I have to understand that I've been bored by the last 10 years of ESPYs or wherever it is that people gather for the big sports thing done differently or done well, and to see someone take a chance on something that was new, even though you can have your critiques, I just appreciated that all of it could exist. But I owe an apology to Juju and Tony, at least through one game, Minnesota-Denver series, because I said that there is no deterring or slowing Jokic. And if you're going to do it, and I don't know if someone can do it 4 of 7 games, but if you're going to do it, Minnesota does have the ingredients, and on top of that, they have ways to bother Murray as well, that on the perimeter. Again, we're grading on a curve. These people are not largely bothered, but I'm not used to Jokic going 11 for 25. I'm used to him almost always making more shots than he misses, and Gobert can make that difficult, and then you keep throwing bodies at him. And, I mean, I believe that only Boston has a better starting 5 than Denver. Denver's bench is a little thin. It's a little young, but only Boston is a better starting 5. But Minnesota has a group of chemicals.
100 yards.
They're much better than they were last year when they bothered the Nuggets. Not a little bit better, much better. They had the same regular season record. And if you can do that to Jokic, you'd be the only team in the league who can do that to Jokic.
Yeah, so there's 2 parts of that. One is you're right. They do have the ingredients. The ingredients are 3 really good starting caliber centers in Naz Reid, Karl Anthony Towns, and Rudy Gobert.
Naz Reid was great.
He was amazing. Yeah. I mean, he was the catalyst for the second half of that game that got them to win. But I think what they did.
Why is he throwing it? He was like,
Kenny Smith talks about this on TV.
he didn't throw it like a normal person. He was like,
the Joker.
He was like,
up tempo, is not.
You're not supposed to throw it at.
This guy controls.
I'm hurting my arms for doing that.
Turnovers for him is crazy.
It's not even about the number of turnovers or the shooting percentage. It's the way he had to go about playing, bringing the ball up against full court pressure, getting into stuff late in the clock because they had harassed him all the way up there. having to go quicker, and that's the stuff. It's because you're not going to stop him, but to make him frustrated, to make it a very uncomfortable situation for him, that was what was unique. And on the other end of the floor, Anthony Edwards was the exact opposite. The Nuggets did nothing to make him uncomfortable or take him out of his element. Because these guys, these stars are all going to get theirs. The idea is like, okay, how are you going to get them? And Jokic got his very raggedly, if I might say.
It feels like, too, when we were kind of scouting out
This
this
is
series,
this is a
like,
college
all
football
right, we know
school.
the pieces that Minnesota has and the one piece that Denver has that they need to stop, right? And it felt like those pieces matched up between the three centers, like you said, and Jokic. When I look the opposite side and I see, I don't know if Denver has anybody that can stop Anthony Edwards. People were telling me KCP. I was like, guys, please, stop that. That's not going to happen. He's too quick for MPJ. He's too quick for Aaron Gordon. He's too big for
Give
KCP.
Olave a
Like,
chance.
there's nobody on that team that can cover him.
Yeah, I don't think that's the strategy. I think the strategy is let him get loose, and then we're going to make sure
Stop the other guys.
Yeah, what killed them? Anthony Edwards had 40 whatever, and
500 yards and 6
touchdowns.
touchdowns.
There could have been more contest at the point of impact, right? But Conley, Naz Reid, Karl Anthony Towns went 9 for 9 for threes or something like that in the second half. But they made every shot. Rudy Gobert hit like a bank shot 15-footer. Like at some point, some of that stuff was the Nuggets got to do a better job of contesting and getting out there on shooters, and some of it was, all right, Naz Reid bank shot 3. There's nothing you can do.
I would say, though, that if you're going to put a scare in the champions, that's the way to do it. In the very first game
1 on the road.
Well, but I'm just saying the way that it happened, where Anthony Edwards is like, I'm 22 and I'm not scared of you or this. Don't care that you're champions. And when Tony says Denver doesn't have any answers for him, no one does. There's no one who has an answer for that. But I would have made the argument on behalf of Jokic the same way. And to see him sped up was something that I haven't seen in a long time. Minnesota, as much as Minnesota bothered Denver in last year's playoffs, it didn't feel like that first game did, where Denver, I thought the Miami Heat played defense against Jokic about as well as it could play.
Well, they gave it. It was supposed to actually go to me, but
around 100 points. But to do what Minnesota did, where you're making him 11 for 25 and he's getting a lot of it late, make him inefficient. I don't. What did he have? He probably didn't have 10 games this year where he missed more shots than he made.
Can we knock it off, though, with Anthony Edwards? Like, he's a great player. And
knock it off. He just got here. He's 22.
He's the best player in the league right now.
It's the Western Conference semifinals, and people are comparing him to Michael
Jordan.
It's
coming back.
Right over Kobe.
Illegal man downfield.
Like, knock it off. He hasn't been to an NBA final. He hasn't won an NBA final. You have to get there to win one. He's in the Western Conference semifinals.
They didn't skip
Congratulations.
They didn't slip.
They skipped over everyone who has a ring.
No, I won't. No, what's happened with Anthony Edwards is they've skipped Dwayne Wade. They've put Anthony Edwards in the Dwayne Wade class, but he has not yet. People are not talking about him, Stugotz, like LeBron and Kobe.
Oh, he's got that LeBron, Kobe, Michael DNA. No, he doesn't. Stop it.
He doesn't have that DNA?
He might have it, but he doesn't yet until he wins a ring.
You mean laughing and clapping in KD's face as he's sweeping him isn't Michael DNA, isn't Kobe DNA? Okay.
You know what Michael was doing in the first round?
What?
Getting beat by the Celtics.
Yeah, but you still knew. I mean, you did.
I need to be clear on a few things. No one knew anything. They were calling Michael Jordan a ball hog when he was scoring 63 points in a loss to the Boston Celtics.
Speak for yourself, I knew.
But more than that, you.
Yeah.
You never credit the loser in a loss, Stugotz. The next time you do it will be the first. Your scoreboard is the ultimate argument maker. But
happy birthday!
Please
yeah.
What it is that we're witnessing, because this player has
a touchdown on a 40-yard bomb on 3rd and 10.
Is claiming right here in front of us that he doesn't have the DNA for it, and that he won't get that DNA until it needs to be in a few weeks when the schedule arrives, and then the DNA will arrive. Right now, he doesn't have the DNA, but in a couple of weeks, just based on the schedule, he might be able to.
Oh, the schedule comes out in 2 weeks.
Bezos will have it shipped in during the finals.
This is how DNA works,
okay, no, it's not. It's the exact opposite of how DNA works. Like, the way DNA works is you're born with it. That's the way it works. Based on the schedule. No, that's how it works.
Scientist now.
I don't. You're not. It's not that I am. It's that you're clearly
What?
not. I'm not
What
even
the hell?
closer to being a
Total
scientist
access
than
is
you are. It's just
gone?
that you are the opposite of
The
whatever
hell?
a scientist
Rushing away from being a scientist.
you are
hurtling.
That is correct. It's just very far from wherever the beakers and the information are, the experiments, the testing. When you say something like he can't have the DNA for a couple of weeks and he's 20 scientists.
Okay.
This
is how DNA.
Credit the loser. Need to be clear on a few.
You mean Edward? He has a. It's like he's a great.
To bother answers for him. That's the way to do it. In the very first game
one on the road.
Well, but I'm just saying the way that it happened, where Anthony Edwards is like, I'm 22 and I'm not scared of you or this. Don't care that you're champions. And when Tony says Denver doesn't have any answers for him, no one does. There's no one who has an answer.
Good job, Alice.
I would have made the argument on behalf of Jokic the same way. And to see him sped up was something that I haven't seen in a long time. Minnesota, as much as Minnesota bothered Denver in last year's playoffs.
Damn. Kansas City look netty.
Where Denver,
Ooh,
I thought Miami
netty.
played defense against Jokic about as well as it could be played in the finals, where you're keeping that team to around 100 points. But to do what Minnesota did, where you're making him 11 for 25 and he's getting a lot of it late, make him inefficient. What did he have? He probably didn't have 10 games this year where he missed more shots than he made.
Can we knock it off, though, with Anthony Edwards? Like, he's a great player. And
Knock
maybe...
it off. He just got here. He's 22.
He's the best player in the league right now.
It's the Western Conference semifinals, and people are comparing him to Michael Jordan, and you're skipping right over Kobe and LeBron. Like, knock it off. He hasn't been to an NBA final. He hasn't won an NBA final. You have to get there to win one. He's in the Western Conference semifinals.
They didn't skip
Congratulations.
over. They didn't slip.
They skipped over everyone who has a ring.
No, I won't. No, what's happened with Anthony Edwards is they've skipped Dwayne Wade. They've put Anthony Edwards in the Dwayne Wade class, but he has not yet. People are not talking about him, Stugatz, like LeBron.
That's an old man. He gotta keep his mouth shut. Man, fuck you. Fuck you.
Stop it.
He doesn't have that DNA?
He might have it, but he doesn't yet until he wins a ring.
You mean laughing and clapping in KD's face as he's sweeping him isn't Michael DNA, isn't Kobe DNA? Okay.
You know what Michael was doing in the first round?
What?
Getting beat by the Celtics.
Yeah, but you still knew. I mean, you did.
I need to be clear on a few things. No one knew anything. They were calling Michael Jordan a ball hog when he was scoring 63 points in a loss to the Boston Celtics.
Speak for yourself, I knew.
But more than that, you never credit the loser in a loss. You do it will be the first. Your scoreboard is the ultimate argument maker. But Anthony Edwards, please tell us what it is that we're witnessing, because this player has been put in the stratosphere with Wade, and Stugatz is claiming right here in front of us that he doesn't have the DNA for it, and that he won't get that DNA until it needs to be in a few weeks when the schedule arrives, and then but in a couple of weeks, just based on the schedule, he might be able to acquire the DNA. He'll have it shipped in during the finals.
This is how DNA works.
Okay, no, it's not. It's the exact opposite of how DNA works. Like, you have it all wrong. It is the way DNA works is you're born with it. That's the way that it works. No, that's how.
What the hell? What the hell? Why is he doing this stupid shit? I gotta do this the old-fashioned way.
I've got the Knicks winning in 6 because I believe in their toughness, their grit, along with.
She's really starting to hurt my nerves.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
It's because everyone's wearing them.
Jackie already.
This is the Don Levatar show.
There it comes.
For the listening
and look at. Do we have like the right leadership in place? Do we have to
is going over everything and tight
not. It's not that I am. It's that you're clearly not. No, what's happened with Anthony Edwards is they've skipped Dwayne Wade. They've put Anthony Edwards in the Dwayne Wade class, but he has not yet.
500 yards.
People are not
Not
talking
happy.
about him, Stugotz, like LeBron and Kobe.
Oh, he's got that LeBron, Kobe, Michael DNA. No, he doesn't. Stop it.
He doesn't have that DNA?
He might have it, but he doesn't yet until he
Yes.
wins a ring.
You mean laughing and clapping in KD's face as he's sweeping him isn't Michael DNA, isn't Kobe DNA? Okay.
Get beat by the Celtics.
Yeah, but you still knew. I mean, you did.
I need to be clear on calling Michael Jordan a ball hog when he was scoring
He was.
points in a loss to the ball.
He was. He was always yelling at everybody, making everything supposed to be his way or the highway. And you wonder why he only won 6 titles. Could have won more. Could have had 8 titles if he would have kept his ego aside and actually was humble enough to realize I need players around me.
He's the ultimate argument maker, but Anthony Edwards, Amin, please tell us what it is that we're witnessing, because this
thing is
player
tiny.
has been put in the stratosphere with Wade, and Stugotz is claiming right here in front of us that he doesn't have the DNA for it, and that he won't get that DNA until it needs to be in a few weeks when the schedule arrives, and then the DNA will arrive. Right now he doesn't have the DNA, but in a couple of weeks,
500 yards.
based on the
Right.
schedule, he might be able to acquire the DNA. Bezos will have it shipped in during the finals.
This is how DNA works,
Okay,
Dano.
no, it's not. It's the exact opposite of how DNA works. Like, you have it all wrong. It is the way DNA works is you're born with it. That's the way that it works. It's not based on the schedule. No, that's how it works. Not yet.
He's in the Western Conference semifinal.
They didn't skip over.
Congratulations.
They didn't slip.
They skipped over everyone who has a ring.
No, I won't know what's happened with Anthony Edwards. They put Anthony Edwards in the Dwayne Wade class, but he has not yet. People are not talking about him, Stugotz, like LeBron and Kobe.
Oh, he's got that LeBron, Kobe, Michael DNA. No, he doesn't. Stop it.
He doesn't have that DNA?
He might have it, but he doesn't yet until he wins a ring.
You mean laughing and
I hate rings, Coulter. I really do.
sweeping him isn't Michael DNA, isn't Kobe DNA? Okay.
You know what Michael was doing in the first round?
What?
Getting beat by the Celtics.
Yeah, but you still knew. I mean, you did.
I need to be clear on a few things. No one knew anything. They were calling Michael Jordan a ball hog when he was scoring 60.
'Cause he was.
Loss to the Boston Celtics.
Speak for yourself, I knew.
But more than that, you never credit the loser in a loss, Stugotz. The next time you do it will be the first. Your scoreboard is the ultimate argument maker. But Anthony Edwards, Amin, please tell us what it is that we're witnessing, because
okay,
where you're keeping that team to around 100 points, but
140 yards here.
Minnesota did, where you're making him 11 for 25 and he's getting a lot of it late, make him inefficient. What did he have? He probably didn't have 10 games this year where he missed more shots than he made.
1 first down and I can seal the deal. What you know? 2 first downs.
Knock it off. He just got here. He's 22.
He's the best player in the league right
It's
now.
the Western Conference semifinals, and people are comparing him to
Ooh.
Michael Jordan, and you're skipping right over Kobe and LeBron. Like, knock it off. He hasn't been to an NBA final. He hasn't won an NBA final. You have to get there to win one. He's in the Western Conference semifinal.
They didn't skip.
Oh, shit.
They didn't slip.
They skipped over everyone who has a ring.
No, I won't know. What's happened with Anthony Edwards is they've skipped Dwayne Wade. They've put Anthony Edwards in the Dwayne Wade class, but he has not yet. People are not talking about him, Stugotz, like LeBron and Kobe.
Oh, he's got that LeBron, Kobe, Michael DNA. No, he doesn't. Stop it.
He doesn't have that DNA?
He might have it, but he doesn't yet until he wins a ring.
You mean laughing and clapping in KD's face as he's sweeping him isn't Michael DNA, isn't Kobe DNA? Okay.
You know what Michael was doing in the first round?
What?
Getting beat by the Celtics.
Yeah, but you still knew. I mean, you did.
I need to be clear on a few things. No one knew anything. They were calling Michael Jordan a ball hog when he was scoring 63 points in a loss to the Boston Celtics.
Speak for yourself, I knew.
But more than that, you.
No. This whole episode's been yes, no. McCaffrey, 130 yards receiving.
A bank shot 15-footer. answer. Like at some point, some of that stuff was the Nuggets got to do a better
Lucky.
job of contesting and getting out there on shooters, and some of it was, all right, Nas Reed bank shot 3. There's nothing you can do.
I would say, though, that if you're going to put a scare in the champions,
what the hell?
That's the way to do it. In the very first game
1 on the road.
Well, but I'm just saying the way that it happened, where Anthony Edwards is like,
wow,
I'm
really?
not scared of you or this. Don't care that you're champions. And when Tony says Denver doesn't have any answers for him, no one does. There's no one who has an answer for that. But I would have made the argument on behalf of Jokic the same way. And to see him sped up was something that I haven't seen in a long time. Minnesota,
You've got to be serious. 71 points.
Playoffs, it didn't feel like that did, where Denver, I thought the Miami Heat played defense against Jokic about as well as it could be played in the finals, where you're keeping that team to around 100 points. But to do what Minnesota did, where you're making him 11 for 25 and he's getting a lot of it late, make him inefficient. What did he have? He probably didn't have 10 games this year where he missed more shots than he made.
Can we knock it off, though, with Anthony Edwards? Like, he's a great player. And
knock it off. He just got here. He's 22.
He's the best player in the league right now.
It's the Western Conference semifinals, and people are comparing him to Michael Jordan, and you're skipping right over Kobe and LeBron. Like, knock it off. He has
Olave!
won an NBA final. You have to get there to win one. He's in the Western Conference semifinals.
They didn't skip
Congratulations.
over.
They skipped over everyone who has a ring.
No, I won't. No, what's happened with Anthony Edwards is they've skipped Dwayne Wade. They've put Anthony Edwards in the Dwayne Wade class, but he has not yet. People are not talking about him, Stugotz, like LeBron and Kobe.
Oh, he's got that LeBron, Kobe, Michael DNA. No, he doesn't. Stop it.
He doesn't have that DNA?
He might have it, but he doesn't yet until he wins a ring.
You mean laughing and clapping in KD's face as he's sweeping him isn't Michael DNA, isn't Kobe DNA?
Ah!
Okay.
You know what Michael was doing in the first round?
What?
Getting beat by the Celtics.
Yeah, but you still knew. I mean, you did.
I need to be clear on a few things. No one knew anything. They were calling Michael Jordan a ball hog when he was scoring 63 points in a loss to the Boston Celtics.
Speak for yourself, I knew.
But more than you never credit the loser in a loss, guys. The next time you do it will be the first. Your scoreboard is the ultimate argument maker. But Anthony Edwards, please tell us what it is that we're witnessing, because this player has been put in the stratosphere with Wade, and Stugotz is claiming right here in front of us that he doesn't
it's too far.
for it, and that he won't get that DNA.
Well, the 2-game winning streak was fun while it lasted.
When the schedule arrives, and then the DNA will arrive. Right now, he doesn't have the DNA, but in a couple of weeks, just based on the schedule, he might be able to acquire the DNA. Bezos will have it shipped in during the finals.
This is how DNA works,
No, it's not. It's the exact opposite of how DNA works. Like you have.
This is fucking embarrassing.
The way DNA works is you're born with it. That's the way that it works. It's not based on the schedule. No, that's how it works.
600 yards and loss.
Scientist now?
Well, you're not. It's not that I am. It's that you're clearly not. I'm not even closer to being a scientist than you are. It's just that you are the opposite of whatever a scientist
Rushing
is.
away from being a scientist.
you are
hurtling.
That is correct. It's just very far from wherever the beakers and the information are, the experiments, the testing. When you say something like he can't have the DNA for a couple of weeks and he's 22 years old, this suggests that right now Anthony Edwards could commit a crime anywhere and there would be no forensic proof. That's what you're saying, but in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, there might be proof.
We've got a problem.
You stick to stand-up, I'll stick to DNA and science, okay?
All right.
Thanks.
Very good. We're both equally ill-qualified on both of those subjects. Anthony Edwards, though, is going to save Adidas, correct?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. This is a homegrown team.
Oh man, this is gonna be a tough matchup.
This is a Tony.
When I want you to put up the Anthony Edwards one, the AE ones. Right
$30 million a year.
The best shoes Adidas, it feels like it's put out in the last maybe 10 years. I mean, as a shoe connoisseur like myself,
basketball shoe.
As a basketball shoe, purely.
Yes, it is the best basketball shoe they've put out in quite a while.
Because if you look at Adidas athletes, Derrick Rose, James Harden, Lillard, Donovan
Let's
Mitchell,
do $25 million bonus.
between them. You're talking about 5 guys that are stars in this league, and nobody really cares. I know they sell volumes of shoes. I know Dame sells well.
5 guys, no shoe.
Exactly. I know Harden sells well, but that's just volume stuff. They have Anthony Edwards. Beautiful shoes, by the way. I don't know if you guys are looking at them right now.
There they are on the
Yeah, they are. They're nice.
Very nice shoes.
Those are the shoes that get you to the Western Conference semifinals.
Those are the ones that get you to
It looks like a honeycomb. I kind of want to like.
Nice dude, 15.
Some milk.
So with this, it feels like Adidas was struggling basketball-wise because obviously in soccer they do well. Outside of America, they do well in these things.
And also like lifestyle.
For sure. But I'm talking about purely basketball. Adidas
Sambas
basketball.
are so in right now.
Yes, they are. They're
They've
huge.
never been more in.
Biggest shoe I think right now
Ever.
selling. Like,
I'm sick of them.
I need new like trainers for outdoor soccer, and I don't want to get them just because everyone's wearing them right now.
So it sounds like Adidas is not going to be saved by Anthony Edwards.
No.
because they're doing
Adidas
just
basketball.
fine.
Adidas basketball was with the caveat. They had shoes that were kind of just like if you showed up to the park with Adidas.
Oh man, 10 touchdowns and 3 picks. Oof.
But if you look at Nike's athletes,
Put some clothes on.
yeah, like come on, you're
Clean
wearing Trey
yourself
Young.
up.
You're wearing
Clean-
Trey Young. Give me a break.
yourself up.
Give me a break. But I'm not
Mm.
You got Lillard on. Come on, what are you doing? But when you look at the roster of Nike athletes and their shoes, right?
Yeah.
Obviously they've got huge.
We're at
shoes.
home.
The shoe designs have kind of been stagnant. When you look at what Adidas did with Anthony Edwards, it was like, oh wow, wait a second. We have not only a budding superstar in the playoffs, but now we have a product to match the game. I think he's going to save the entire product.
But let's talk about the game, though. I mean, because he's already being put in rarefied air because it is rare for someone this size to have this kind of jumping ability, this kind of athleticism. And in the first round, the way these stories build and the way people become superstars this time of year is that in the first series of the playoffs, he
I should have went for the field goal.
and becomes his favorite.
But they wanted me to go for the Hail Mary. I should have went for the field goal. I would have been 3-1 instead of 2-2 in the division.
After being swept and says, this 22-year-old, I love his game. Now he goes into the next round and he's going
Browns in their
against the champion.
division.
And the hype has started, and I don't see many ways that
Colts
this
in their
person is
division.
stopped outside of injury.
Patriots in their
by
division.
anyone who plays in this
Chiefs
league.
in their
He's gonna-
division.
He's going to get
Vikings
hit.
in their division.
Eventually.
Yeah,
Bucks in their
eventually,
division.
but
We have
not
lost
now. I'm talking
our
about
one game in the division so far.
this series
Commanders
is
in their
fascinating.
division.
It's a great
Cardinals
series,
in their division.
and Minnesota can beat Denver, and I'd like to see Minnesota against Boston because they have a lot of elements, and I have yet to see Gobert used properly in the playoffs, but he's super useful in this series because a defensive player of the year at that size with reinforcements to just wear down Jokic over the course of a series puts a pressure on Denver. That
Time for the new playbooks instead of the Commanders playbook. Because, man, that shit is trash.
When you say wear down, Jokic had a bad first half. He came back in the second. He was 6 of 11 in the second half. He was 4 of 8.
I argue. The reason I said that I owe an apology to Tony and Juju, and Tony wants to sell his Minnesota's going to win the championship ticket.
I've got a couple tickets out there, Dan. I got in early on the price. I got Minnesota to win the Western Conference.
Wow, he's an X Factor.
25. That one's
Quick draw. Wow. Tagline Deadeye and long range Deadeye on all deep passes.
In the first game, I mean, I understand. You're using a.
And they got Dak Prescott too? Oh, shit. So they have 2 quarterbacks for X
Over the
Factors.
last few years, he's been the best
Wow.
player in the league. He's the MVP. That's the sample to use for Jokic, not game 1.
That and also I understand
They don't have.
playoffs
Wait, that's the same Trevor Lawrence, right?
a battle of adjustments. It's a chess match. Game 1 happened. There's a bunch of things that happen in there.
Smith and Jigba, Gavin Hunter, and former player Malcolm Roach, Christian Kirk, Floyd Lucan, and Shaquille.
And just didn't work. And so what they've been doing over the last 2 days is going over everything. And
Well, let's get it started, baby.
Jamal Murray, I'm not making excuses, but Jamal Murray, that time off, he didn't practice at all, hadn't taken a shot, right? So they're going to make adjustments. And then whatever happens tonight, game 3 isn't until Friday. So that means they've got 5 more days, pretty much, of watching film and changing things and getting treatment for Jamal and all those things to make sure what happened in game 1 does not happen again. Especially when you talk about Jokic, right? You're talking about a player who's like a computer. His ability to process information and then attack you, not necessarily scoring every time, but the way that makes you look most vulnerable.
The turnovers is what got my attention, though, in this game. I mean, because you say he's a computer, can you tell me, Tony, can you look up for me the last time that Jokic had that number of turnovers in a basketball game? Because it is legitimately disorienting to me to see that person not be totally calm about the way that he's distributing and taking care of the basketball.
It was the game before.
Was it?
Yes.
That's right. Yep.
What?
Against the Lakers.
How many turnovers did he have?
He had 7.
7.
And can you look through his records? Because to me, I'm not kidding you when I tell you that the 11 for 25 is weird to see next to his name, but it's also weird for me to see the 6 turnovers.
It was 7.
I know, I got that.
Hey, it's Mike. As you know, sports are a bit crazy right now. It feels like everything is happening all at once, and you have to make some decisions to prioritize. If you want to
For
support your team,
catching and
go out and see some of
conceding
these
its
games.
away
Well,
teams
I've
or
got
home
a
teams
recommendation
intended
for someone
passing
that loves
target.
sports and loves attending live sporting events. You're always hunting the secondary market.
Kyrie,
Hard to find.
yes.
I've been out there in those
Tampa Bay
streets, and
lost. Let's
the
go.
best possible place for me.
But that means I got to do my part and win
It's an
and take
incredible
advantage.
app that is so upfront with its pricing. It's an authorized ticket marketplace of the NBA, which makes getting playoff tickets even faster and
Oh!
tons of
My defensive back almost got, my linebacker almost got a pick.
buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying NBA tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app.
Oh wow, they got
create an
nickel,
account, and
big
use
nickel
code
4-4,
for $20 off your
and
first
dime
purchase.
formation.
Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code DAN for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Dan Le Batard.
Manning, baby.
Conservative entity?
Wow! No! Oh, see, this is why.
Stugats.
Hers was better than mine.
In the Pizzagaki. How is the Pizzagaki better than the third and the fourth Sagaki already?
This is the Dan Le Batard show with the
See, this is what.
Here, Game Time, tons of last minute deals. You can save
Too many
up to
interceptions,
60%
but a lot of touchdown
buying
passes,
last
but too
minute
many
for sports,
8
concerts,
picks.
comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying NBA tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app.
A lot of plays
Account,
I've not
use
done
code
before.
DAN for
I've done this one
$20
like
off your
20
first
times,
purchase.
as it
Terms apply.
said.
Again, create an account and redeem code DAN.
Ah! That is not the way I wanted to start a
Download Game Time
game.
today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Dan Le Batard.
Did someone say conservative entity?
Wow! No! Oh, see, this is why.
Stugats.
Hers was better than mine.
In the Pizzagaki. How is the Pizzagaki better than the third and the fourth Sagaki?
Let's get Austin Hooper involved.
Le Batard show with the Stugats.
Makes the catch inside the 45.
This season, he had 1, 2, 3, 4 games of 7 turnovers. Throughout the season, he had 2 games of 6
Oh wow, these are a lot of plays I've never done before.
5 turnovers. So it's like, it happens. Which, by the way, when you are the focal point of an offense and you're creating, usually we see this with point guards, it's like, it's normal to have a lot of turnovers.
He's handling the ball.
Yeah, he's handling the ball. Yeah, I'm not trying to take anything away from what Minnesota did. They had an excellent game plan of, we're going to make him be hurried. It's kind of like a quarterback, the hurried stat. They did that to Jokic, and he never gets hurried. But what I'm saying to you also is, he's not going to be like, well, let me just try doing the same thing over, and I hope it won't happen to me again. He's going to make adjustments himself, beyond the schematic adjustments Michael Malone makes. Jokic himself is going to know now, oh, this is what they did to me. So when they
No!
I'm going to do this. And that's what the great players do, is when they figure out, this is what you're trying to do? Oh, okay. For instance,
4 straight games with a pick.
at a young level.
Damn it!
Even all the way up to college. You go and you play, and you're playing against a team that's very aggressive. And they're like, oh, and they're denying, and like they're very aggressive. And at college, high school, middle school level, it's like, oh,
Really? You let a fucking tight end outrun you? What the fuck?
what happens, the guy takes one step this way, and then backdoor cut. And you're dead. Because you can't do anything. All this is just bluster. It's almost like a distraction. That's a very simplistic thing. I'm not saying that's what Minnesota's doing. Minnesota's obviously doing something very sophisticated. What I'm saying is, at some point as a player, once you've seen something and you know it's happening, you can make a personal adjustment. Hey, next time they do it like this, I'm going to cut back door. I'm going to come back, or the next time they try to shove me off my spot, I'm just going to inch up, and then we're going to go into a pick and roll, even though the play was originally horns action or whatever. So these things are all going to happen. Now, Minnesota might come out and win game 2 anyway.
Okay, so we didn't. So it cost us nothing, but I need to stop throwing interceptions.
And Nas Reed don't miss a shot. Like, those can happen as well. But
Danny not Danny, but
what you saw in game 1,
Brian Manning,
isn't necessarily
the punter.
representative. Like, oh, well.
No, but it's the combination, right? It's Nas Reed and Karl Anthony Towns going 15 for
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15
He's not getting outplayed.
to the 18-yard line.
But in the one game, but answer my question about what Anthony Edwards is, because this is not
83 yards.
This is not his prime.
Yes.
He's going to keep getting better. He's 22, and I don't know how
Trying to get Hooper involved because Fry is not going to catch the ball. He's not that good.
Behind the scenes here. Dan has a little fancy box right here. Stugatz has a fancy box.
Ah, not again.
On the other side of the glass, he can whisper or not whisper for Stugatz, right? Correct. I don't have that. So everything I have to communicate with Tony and with everyone else in the shipping container is via sign language. So
I'm literally throwing picks for some fucking reason. I don't understand.
Doing these sorts of things. And all I could do, that's the clip right there. For the listening audience, I'm wearing Jordans.
Jordan 6s.
Sixes. Yeah. Bread.
I mean, you don't want to be careful there, huh?
No. Look, you talk about a guy, because here's the other part about Anthony Edwards that criminally does not get discussed. He is an excellent defensive player. He's not just good, right? He is excellent defensively on the perimeter. And so it's a combination of the offense, the skill level, the physicality, the athleticism. He is the anti-Jalen Brunson in that way. Remember last week we talked about Jalen Brunson as a superstar, but you guys don't want to admit it because he doesn't have the look. That's what Anthony Edwards is. He's a superstar, and he has every bit of the look. The look we're talking about is 6'6" from North Carolina. That's Ray Clay or whatever his name is.
That sounds like a character from The Simpsons.
Yay! Barney.
Little Mahomes in there as well. Jessica, are you ready for your F1 minute?
I'm ready, but I think this one might go long.
That's okay.
Okay.
2 minutes?
I don't know if it's going to go that long. It's an F1, perhaps 90 seconds. We'll see if I can fit it in.
It's very important that you be accurate around here in the segment that follows me saying, how long has it been since Jokic had 6 turnovers, and it was the game before. So be totally accurate.
That was unlucky for you.
Cars are going 200 miles per hour. Drivers are hitting the gas without fear, and traffic cones are being smashed, and that's just on I-95. Folks, it's Miami Grand Prix weekend. It's a sprint weekend. The Drivers Academy is in town. On Saturday, Lando Norris crashes out. Max Verstappen takes the win and has pole position. Netflix announces a new docuseries for the F1 Academy. Abby Pulling takes home the hardware. 57 laps to go. It's lights out. Checo nearly takes out Max in the first corner. Oscar Piastri bolts ahead, and the blue Ferraris are in the hunt. The Alpines are biffing again. Lando Norris is going long on his tires, and he hasn't pitted. But wait, Kevin Magnussen hits the back wheel of Logan Sargent's Williams, and here comes the safety car. Lando Norris gets a quick pit under the safety car and comes out ahead of Verstappen on hard tires. On the restart, Lando stays ahead. He has fresher tires, and he's keeping Verstappen at bay with 20 laps to go. Lando has the advantage. Can Lando bring it home for the first time? McLaren tells Oscar Piastri he's going to crash. There's a 6-second gap.
Yes! Wilson!
Passes the fake Marina. He passes the Palacio de los Jugos red zone. He passes underneath the Florida Turnpike. He's down the straightaway. He's around turn 18, then 19. He's across the finish line. Oh, baby! He's done it! Lando Norris has won the Miami Grand Prix for the first time. He's on top of the F1 podium.
That was a minute.
It felt just on time. Excellently done.
Despite all the traffic.
You've gotten better and better at that. Your timing is impeccable. Very few stumbles. Excellent work, Jessica. Any other thoughts from the weekend?
Why would you go left? The play is supposed to go right.
I'll come back to you. Gather yourself. I'll come back to you. I'll give you a filibuster here by going to some sound.
Metal Duncan.
Suns owner Matt Ishbia. I want to get the
Ishiba.
here from former Suns.
It's not Ishbia. It's
El Hassan.
Pablo.
On Matt Ishbia saying basically, and this is a flamboyant owner. He is aggressive. They don't have any first-round picks from 25 through 30. They don't have any second-round picks from this year.
Some would say they mortgaged their future.
He's a mortgage dork, man.
Oh, wow, that's a good one.
Made that joke last week.
He's so proud of it.
Oh,
Yes, proud of that.
That doesn't make it less good.
I mean, what do you think of this sound here from
Fry touchdown?
Extinguishes Durant.
We got to get back on the winning side, man. I threw too many interceptions in the last 2 games.
Let's just be real, although this isn't a cool narrative and the national media really won't want to play it out there, but like, ask the other 29 GMs. 26 of them would trade their whole team for our whole team and our draft picks and everything as is. Like,
shit.
The house is not on fire. We're in great position. It's not hard to fix. It's not like we're like, hey, we don't have enough talent to win a championship. We have enough talent to win a championship. Right? Do we have enough continuity? Do we have time together? Like, there's a lot of things we can look at. Do we have like the right leadership in place? Do we have to add some little pieces around that? It's not like we don't have people that can score the ball, not play defense and have one chance. Like, we have all the things. And so how fixable is it? And I mean, if I read the media, I would think we have a lot of problems. But luckily, I get to spend time with, you know, the best players in the world, in my opinion, the best coaches, GMs, see all these people, and I get to spend time with our people and say, we're in really great shape, and I wouldn't trade our team or our situation for anyone else's, except for I'd like to be playing right now. But besides that, for like how going into the offseason, I feel great about it. It's not like there's a lot of other teams that have good players that have to re-sign them or they're going to lose them or that they're unrestricted free agents. Like, our starting five's coming back. I feel very good about it.
I mean, what's accurate there and what's inaccurate?
I don't think 26 teams would acquire their roster in their pick situation. I think it's fixable. Is it extremely fixable? No. But is it fixable? Absolutely. It's hard, though, because they've got so much tied in to 3 guys. 3 guys that are paid a lot of money for a long time. And I think...
Let me make sure I get this guy's name right.
If I'm the Suns and I'm trying to be realistic, I think it's like a 2-year job to really get this right. Because
Kevin Manning. I kept calling this guy Trevor.
Organizationally decided years ago they didn't want to invest in, which is basically your farming, right? Going out, getting cheap prospects, developing them, making them into people who can be.
What? How did you get hawked down by Foyesade Luka?
So much money tied in.
Or Fadukase?
The luxury tax makes
Wait, did you just flip me off?
virtually impossible to add to your roster other than minimum deals.
I'm more worried about the Suns after listening to that.
He sounded like he just had a big face coffee. Also, Dan, the other thing I was going to say, but I couldn't fit this into my F1 minute, was I was going to say, there's a huge, loud, orange thing in the McLaren garage. And I'm not talking about the car, folks. It's Donald Trump.
Don Lebatard. I don't understand either. Stugatz. Women stay home in the kitchen where they belong.
Wait, why was Donald Trump in the McLaren garage?
Making them into people who can be contributing factors on your team. They've got
What the hell? He couldn't break that tackle? What the fuck?
The luxury tax makes it virtually impossible to add to your roster other than minimum deals.
I'm more worried about the Suns after listening to that.
He sounded like he just had a big face coffee. Also, Dan, the other thing I was going to say, but I couldn't fit this into my F1 minute, was I was going to say, there's a huge, loud, orange thing in the McLaren garage. And I'm not talking about the car, folks. It's Donald Trump.
Don Lebatard. I don't understand either. Stugatz. Women stay home in the kitchen where they belong.
The misogynistic bane, I'm weak. Ah! Oh my god. Toxie, what happened?
I really admire the career of Conan O'Brien. I think that he is wildly talented as someone who can play both a straight man and a silly man. His new travel show, Conan O'Brien Must Go, is very good.
I don't care for it.
Conan Without Borders, I believe, is his other travel show. He has just made good stuff for a long time. I enjoy listening to the stuff he's doing on satellite radio, and he went on Hot Ones last week or 2 weeks ago and treated it as a promotional vehicle for all of his stuff and came with maximum preparation on trying to do a bit that took a very good show to another level in its season finale, because comically he had a Dr. Arroyo.
Why did it glitch like that?
And in the aftermath, Stugatz,
Some bullshit.
is very popular. Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend. He was asked, it's so relaxed, this podcast. He's so funny. He's 60 years old, and usually, Stugat, I mean, that Pop-Tart movie, Seinfeld at 70 is making something outside of his comfort zone that's not nearly as good as the other stuff that Seinfeld has made, the other choices. The choices that Conan O'Brien
Really? You let LaVishka Chenault outrun you?
wise choices that feature his array of talent.
I know he has 4.48 speed, but come on, he is not that good.
On his own podcast when describing Stuttgart, because I thought he was playing a
intercepted, and I got the user alert. Let's go.
Or he was drinking from bottles that were props, because I could not believe what he was doing. Didn't DJ Khaled quit after like 3 tastes on Hot Ones?
Hardly the bar.
I understand that it's not the bar, but Conan O'Brien was doing these very hot bottles, drinking straight from them, putting chicken wings in his pocket, and then he was asked afterward, because evidently none of it was fake, he was asked afterward about what the bathroom experience was like.
God. I was dealt with later.
How did it manifest itself?
I spot welded an iron. I spot welded.
We're all thinking the same thing.
I spot welded. I wanted it to be
what
useful.
And how much did you shit?
How much did your butt hurt?
Here's what I decided to do.
And do you have butt taste buds?
Here's what I decided to do. I decided that I wanted, after I ingested all that, I wanted it to be useful. So I found a construction site where they were doing spot welding. And I went there, and I said, gentlemen, if you want, I can weld these girders for you in about, I'm guessing about 15 minutes. You'll need to avert your eyes because I'll be dropping my pants. And they said, okay. And I said, I will need someone to stay behind and light it. And then we'll be all set to go. So there's a building in the Mid-Wilshire district that's going up. And I think I did about 65 rivets in the building. And people were driving by saying, Conan O'Brien, his pants are around his ankles. And I think fire is shooting out of his ass, and he's welding a building. And here's the biggest problem. I had to join the union.
I did not find that as funny as
I was. I'm gonna tell you right now.
That was not funny whatsoever. It's about somebody shitting. Nobody cares.
And people were driving by saying, Conan O'Brien.
He's not funny. He is not funny.
Fire is shooting out of his ass, and he's welding a building.
Into the end zone. He's got it. He makes a catch. Touchdown. He's up in the end zone. Touchdown. Oh, happy birthday, Leon Fry. It's for me. It's my birthday. Thank you.
You gotta elevate the show. And then he comes with Conan O'Brien because he went to Harvard. And he wrote on The Simpsons and SNL. So he travels. Harvard's own Conan O'Brien starts talking about spot welding out of his ass. But then when he said he had to join the union, I was like, okay, that's a joke I could not come up with. Let me tell you.
So there's a building in the Wilshire district that's going up.
Arroyo with him, and he's eating these hot wings. And in the aftermath, his podcast is very popular.
Let's just hit it.
Needs a friend. He was asked. It's so
Wow.
He's so funny. He's 60 years old, and usually I mean.
That would have missed as a field goal.
The other choices. The choices that Conan O'Brien is making later in his career are wise choices that feature his array of talent. He's a wildly talented human being. And here he is on his own podcast when describing Stuttgart. Because I thought he was playing a joke by just drinking straight from these hot sauce bottles. I thought maybe COVID had gotten his taste or something. Because or he was drinking from bottles that were props, because I could not believe what he was doing.
I love hot sauce, but I know not to do that. Drink from straight hot sauce, because it's straight vinegar and it burns a hole in your stomach.
Hardly the bar.
I understand that's not the bar, but Conan O'Brien was doing these very hot bottles, drinking straight from them, putting chicken wings in his pocket. And
Quality turf slightly faster. I mean, you're indoors, so it better be quality turf.
Fake. He was asked afterward about what the bathroom experience was like.
Yeah.
I was dealt with later.
How did it manifest itself?
I spot welded an iron. I spot
We're
welded
all
it.
thinking the same thing.
I spot welded. I wanted it to be
What
useful.
and how much did you shit?
How much did your butt hurt?
Here's what I decided.
And do you have butt taste buds?
Here's what I decided to do. I decided that I wanted, after I ingested all that, I wanted it to be useful. So I
cut stick, but it didn't hit him hard enough.
Welding. And I went there.
Jackson Smith and Jigba
If you want,
in a trade.
For you in about, I'm guessing about 15 minutes. You'll need to avert your eyes because I'll be dropping my pants. And they said, okay. And I said, I will need someone to stay behind and light it. And then we'll be all set to go.
This will be a bunch of shit on the wall.
That's going up. And I think I did about 65 rivets in the building. And people were driving by saying, Conan O'Brien, his pants are around his ankles. And I think fire is shooting out of his ass, and he's welding a building. And here's the biggest problem. I had to join the union.
Not funny.
You guys did not find that as funny as I did.
I was. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Oh wow!
When
Wait.
it started, I was very offended.
FS1 has a game that name?
Toilet humor in here. Dad's like, what is this?
Oh, I forgot. It must be a double. It must be a double header then, because you usually don't do baseball at 6 o'clock.
He wrote on The Simpsons and SNL, and he's got a podcast where he travels. Harvard Dome, Conan O'Brien starts talking about spot welding out of his ass, but then when he said he had to join the union, I was like, okay, that's a joke I could not come up with.
Rivets is a funny word.
65 of them. That's hilarious.
So he's discussing it in a smarter way.
Yeah, the Harvard came out there. I was like, yeah.
Spot welding is a funny phrase as well.
Oh, wow.
And again, he's got the added benefit of having drank straight from a fiery hot bottle of hot sauce that makes me curious about.
We're not allowed to do that either.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's fun to have people who are supportive of your endeavors. I mean, that's what I learned from that book.
You feel like I haven't been supportive of your general endeavors?
Look, hit dog holler over here.
You feel like
D and Dan stands for defensive.
I haven't been supportive of your endeavors. That's a thing that you just said into a microphone.
I'm just saying, I marveled at his ability to tell a story without being interrupted and have the people around him actually just laugh at the story because it's funny and ridiculous, as opposed to being sent to a penalty box or something like that. I didn't see that happen. Maybe that happens on the show and I missed it. Maybe we kind of cut it off.
2 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Both of you, 2 minutes.
Go ahead and get out of here. Appreciate all your efforts here.
See you too.
In a couple of minutes, we will see you. I want to, Stugotz, I don't know if you've seen, I think this was Mike Florio was among those reporting that the Dallas
Why did I
Cowboys
spin?
are growing tired of Micah Parsons, that he is wearing thin in Dallas because he's got his own podcast, his own personality. He's very interested in having his own platform and being himself. What are you laughing about?
Dude, God forbid. He has a personality.
That's right. Football doesn't tend to support those things by surrounding him with people who will just simply support him the way Amin Al.
Yes! First down on the block.
He is gone. Where is he? Is he in Japan on a tour when he is meeting this sumo wrestler, Stugatz, who is 17 years old? And
yes, sir.
I don't know how you think to expect this to go. What are you saying, Tony? What are you looking at?
How was that guy 17, dude?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Wait, he's 17? I saw the video. That sumo wrestler was 17? Shit. He must be 27, I know 17.
He is gone. Where is he? Is he in Japan on a tour when he is meeting this sumo wrestler, Stugatz, who is 17 years old? And I don't know how you think to expect this to go. What are you saying, Tony? What are you looking at?
How was that guy 17, dude? An absolute house.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. How? It's right.
I would
give
think,
him time.
Oh wow, he's taunting.
The baby, rock the baby, Russell Westbrook.
He's taunting Micah Parsons by doing the rocking the baby, and Micah Parsons now wants to.
CJ Stroud needs to not be playing with sumo wrestlers. Like who?
He's just got his shirt off. He's watching. He's watching.
No, he needs to not be doing.
Someone's got the
that.
Texans over wins total up there.
He did push him out of the circle though.
No. Touchdown! Let's go! And I'm in the zone! Deontay Hardy's in the got a touchdown. I'm in the zone. 44 yards. Yes, it worked. And I was controlling Hooper. I didn't even think he's gonna get it off. I thought he overthrew him. Yes. Yes.
Well, thank you, Tony.
The adrenaline rush of doing something good.
Top 5 list of things that Cuban people say when greeting someone whose name they can't remember, but they're expected to remember their name, and so you have to be happy that you're seeing that person again, pretending like they're familiar, but acting like you know.
Yeah, you're not touching this one.
So El Pamper is not correct there on what that's
a wordy title for a top 5.
But it's right. It's the top 5 things that Cuban people say to someone they don't know the name. So Stugatz is coming to me. I know I've seen him at a family party. I know him from somewhere. I can't put my finger on where I know him.
He doesn't know your name either.
Yeah.
He doesn't know my name. Yes, sure, but I don't know his name.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
big dog.
I have a pretty lengthy OLI. If you want, I can just kind of hammer him out and then we can do this.
We'll do that in just a second. But I would like. Can you look this up for me, Jeremy, please? What is that called? It is not called a band.
Mawashi.
I'm sorry.
Mawashi.
Okay, that I would have had a million guesses, and I would not have arrived there. I would have arrived at El Pamper before the diaper before that. All right, let's do OLI here. Things that Cuban people say when meeting someone whose name they can't remember.
I want that wrestler protecting my quarterback's blind side.
Why? The NFL should go over there and scout some of these.
Why aren't more sumo wrestlers on the O-line? I don't understand.
That's what I'm saying.
Why aren't more of them in front of a hockey net?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, better because she.
That's right, exactly. OLI number 1, Acere. Even Acere? I don't know the guy's name.
Oh no! Give it what, 3rd and 15? You gotta be shitting me.
Bro.
Like bro. Okay.
Like bro, yeah.
Bro like.
OLI number 2, my brother.
Also like bro.
Also longer, my brother.
Nigga.
My brother.
Okay.
That's what Chris Cody.
Ah! Why did I run up? Listen, his second fumble recovery of the game.
L, yeah, he's got like an L thing to it. I don't know why.
Why would there be an L in there?
I agree.
Why is there an R in DraftKings?
DraftKings.
He's Chris.
OLI number 3, Comandante. Dan, would you like to translate that one?
Yes, I mean, commander, like chief, like it's some sort of.
Who says commander though?
Sort of ranking officer.
I'm not totally sure. It is a ranking officer in the military of some sort.
Comandante.
I
like commendatore in The Sopranos.
What is a comandante? Would be? It's not lieutenant. It's
Touchdown! Back to back. Back to back blocking assignments. Let's go. Oh yes, I'm getting really good at it. Oh.
Number 5 OLI. Mijo or mijito?
Who? What?
That's an old person.
What?
But still.
Huh?
What is it?
Mijito, like little boy, like my son, my guy.
My son.
How'd we get?
OLI number 6, Tribilin.
Tribilin. Shit, my leg.
When they go Spanish, Stugatz. You've learned so little Spanish
I'm
living
trying to
in
teach
South
you guys
Florida.
stuff, Stu. Damn.
See? Yes, he is.
Where's Pingo on the list?
I wouldn't call somebody that I don't know the name of Pingu. That,
Pingu.
Another ranking officer, General.
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 General style.
Bobby Knight.
I've been called General before.
OLI number 7. León de la Selva.
León de la Selva.
You have not been. I know you have not been to Versailles when somebody calls you León de la Selva.
León de Selva.
Which translates to Lion of the Jungle.
Ah! How am I getting hawked? Why did he go out of bounds?
Does not matter. Last OLI. Another one for Billy.
Last OLI?
Yeah.
Not a Team Coco production.
We've got 30 seconds.
I know. Last OLI. Caballo de Atila.
Caballo de Atila.
My grandfather calls me that one. I think he doesn't know my name either. We'll rip through
We got horse.
Attila's horse.
Attila's horse.
I don't know.
You've got very little time left.
Number 5, Monstro.
Montero.
Number 4,
Capitan.
Captain.
Captain. Number 3,
Estrella.
Estrella.
Number 2,
People.
Self-explanatory. Number 1,
Jefe.
Yeah. Yes, even though I gave up 250 yards in the first half, I'm not particularly happy about that, but I gotta use the bathroom. Just gotta be. Mistimed it by about 1/4 of a second.
Amin has some thoughts on the Kendrick Drake beat from the weekend. Kendrick Lamar has the top 2 spots on the Apple Music charts. Kind of a surprise.
Brandon McManus is now relegated to kickoff duty. 99 yards.
Everything that Drake was doing this weekend, given Drake's general popularity. But David Dennis Jr., he's a senior writer for ESPN's Anscape. He's the
Formerly of the Undefeated.
book called The Movement Made Us, a father, a son, and the legacy of a freedom ride. And he's been writing about this beat all month. Thank you, David, for joining.
Huh? What? Oh. I hope it didn't touch the I hope it hit me so it didn't instead of the what is it? My Netflix card, because I need it to be able to go home tomorrow. I work tomorrow. If I have to, I will pull from it.
hoping I get more than 2 days of work. Number 3.
No. Joining us. Take us through both the timeline because Kendrick is crazy and he's prolific and it's just an avalanche of I'm not going to lose this. Why would anybody ever?
With these feuds, it's like I'm going to get the dirt.
The air. Yeah. Punctuate this. Code Dan for 20. And I've been out there in those streets and I know. And you have
from you by the end of the day.
COB.
David, thank you for being on with us. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks a lot.
4 deflections or interceptions and win. So far,
Everything's
none.
happening all at once, and you have to make some decisions to prioritize if you want to support.
Are you sure about that?
Go out and see some of these games. Well, I've got a recommendation for you as someone that loves
I
sports.
forced 1
loves
interception.
attending live sporting events. You're always hunting the secondary market for hard-to-find tickets. I've been out there in those streets, and I know the best possible place for me and you is Game Time.
Let's go.
That is so upfront with its pricing. It's an authorized ticket marketplace of the NBA, which makes getting playoff tickets even faster and easier. Game Time, tons of last-minute deals. You can save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying NBA tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code Dan for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code DAN for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets,
130
lowest
yards.
price, guaranteed.
Trying to get fire chance.
Punctuate this segment with what is your strike 3 call.
Strike 1 would be strike. Then you stand up and you get a good point to the right.
Stugats.
That's same for strike 2. But strike 3, you get down low, you got your hands behind the catcher. All right, the right arm goes up into the air. And then you finish it with the punch. The right arm flings way up into the air.
I wish I could see that. It's terrible. The audio's great.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugats.
Yeah, that was weird.
Of the Cub, he would sleep throughout the game.
Nice. And then just mosey to the mound in a way that was menacing because he threw hard, but at the time he threw about 92 miles an hour.
Right.
Now these guys are doing an entirely different thing, and it does matter in terms of how it is that you're coming into the game in the 9th inning, what you do to the crowd, how hard you throw, because until recently, the best one I've seen of any kind is Edwin Diaz of the Mets. When he came out to Timmy Trumpet, it was really Latin. It was cool to see in a Mets uniform.
And that was the beginning of the end for the Mets, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
right?
you're correct.
That is correct.
When Timmy Trumpet
And I
showed
warned
up.
them. I told him to stop doing it. He kept doing it. He wouldn't stop. I told him to stop. He didn't stop, and then the Mets collapsed.
Edwin Diaz also got hurt, but let's...
Timmy Trumpet's also from Austria.
Okay, but it is Latin music. It is not Latin music. It doesn't
It's
feel...
a horn, yeah.
But it doesn't
I
feel...
thought he was from Australia.
Yeah, Australia.
Australia, yeah.
Okay, put a...
Well then, why don't you put another shrimp on the barbie?
Yes. Austria. Austria.
Point is, it's not the DR.
That's a beautiful accent you have.
Understood. Timmy Trumpet is not Spanish. Timmy Trumpet is...
No.
Very American. Thank you, brother.
Timmy Trompeta.
How were you saying, brother? Brother. Excuse me.
That's how Chris Cody says it.
There's an L in there.
Let's hear this, because I think we've got a competitor. I don't know if we can beat Edwin Diaz, but let's see Edwin Diaz first, and you tell me what you think about this closer entrance and the one I'm about to show you.
3 picks in the first half. Are you serious?
not enjoy Vienna.
69% completion percentage. I'm doing well, but I'm mad at the fact I threw 3 picks in the first half. And I gotta redo it again when it comes to throwing 30 yards again. Get back in the zone. What the hell? I didn't even get 25 yards on that? What the hell?
The Mets are on top of the world when this is happening.
No one's watched those videos on their phone.
Photo recordings. They've been terrible ever since. The lyrics.
He looks Austrian.
Timmy Trumpet's like, oh, you thought the prices were too high at the Formula One, did you? You Americans.
He blew a save yesterday against Tampa.
I got a punt. Are you fucking serious?
Credit to you, it's not Obama, which is what most of your accents are. But today has been weird.
What are you talking about, William?
My cousin Michael not doing so well.
We don't support him around here.
No, not at all. Well, Conan never will be laughing. Chuckling it up.
The Twins have Joan Duran, and he throws Dugats. It's not just that he throws 104, 105 miles an hour. He has 101 mile an hour splitter.
Good Lord.
When he comes into games in Minnesota, did Minnesota have a 12-game winning streak here recently?
They did. Yeah, they lost yesterday.
When he comes into games, those games are over. And look at what happens here when they turn off the lights. And all of those cameras that were filming Edwin Diaz that Billy says correctly, none of those people will ever look at that video again. All of these people are participating in him in the awe of, we're winning this game, and now the dude who throws 105 is coming in.
Twins fans, break out their phones. And number 59 is ready for number 1 here at Target Field.
This is for courtesy of Bally Sports Minnesota, aka Great Lakes. Really? They're in field range. Let's try it. Brandon Manning. Damn, I was so fucking close. And I hate fair catching him, but... Worked so hard to get back in the zone and throw another pick.
Minneapolis, a hotbed for Hispanics.
Hit the sounder, please. Someone, for crying out loud, hit the goddamn sounder. What are we doing here?
What sounder do you want?
That sounder.
What's the sounder that you want?
Really?
Chris Whittingham is a fancy lad.
I missed that one.
What's the one that you want?
Every shot of everybody in the stadium was just that sound over and over.
Please correct me here, Billy, because you've said Austria and Australia, but I am learning for the first time that that's not a Hispanic song that Timmy Trumpet does. I thought that that was a song
That's
that
20,
was grabbing all of Hispanic, flavor. I did not think not only that person wasn't American or wasn't, Austrian or Australian. I thought that was a Latin song.
Do you call it appropriation, Mr. Lebatard? Have you ever done it?
It grabbed me in all the Latin places, then.
Very good. I'd like to.
I took a lot of videos this weekend, like those people took at the Mets game, where I don't know where I'm ever gonna post. I'm not legally allowed to post this anywhere, so they're just gonna be on my phone. But I felt like I had to do it, like everyone else was doing it. So I just put up my phone also and filmed the end of the F1 race.
What happens if you post it somewhere illegally?
Yeah, jail.
Probably, yeah.
You don't want to find out. Straight to jail.
Yeah. No, I technically, like, it's against the media partnership agreement that we have. Tony doesn't care, but
They're
I would like
dorks.
to
Who cares? They're
go back
dorks.
to races because professionally it's a thing that I have to do. So I don't really want to get in trouble, even though I probably wouldn't.
Wait, what if you sent it to a third party, say for instance your friend Priya, and Priya posted it?
And then you could retweet it. So it's the same
Just
thing.
laundering your videos.
But
to
this is
else.
also like an international incident, right? So like then MI6
very
is
much so,
involved.
Mr. Billy. Very much so.
I don't like that Twins entrance, by the way.
Why?
Because they tell you to turn your phone lights on. Like, it's on the scoreboard. It says, everybody turn on your phone. So it's like,
you don't want instructions?
Exactly right. I want to feel a natural moment. I want it to happen.
Everyone does that now. Every in-stadium thing is like, turn your phone flashlights on.
They do it every third quarter break at the Miami Heat games when they do the swag surf, which, as I pointed out, it's incredibly outdated at this point. But
Pretty much, I've done swag surfing. It's pretty much outdated. I look like a fucking idiot.
Out those like LED wristbands now too.
That's
fine.
I like those.
That's fine. Yeah, that's because, like Billy said, I don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
Right. Pull out your phone. My
Second one, that was not even a user.
My
15.
flashlight's probably already on because I'm a dumb idiot who put it in my back pocket and it's always on. Just kidding.
Is this what you're objecting to? The idea that they have to, that they're telling you what to do? That
well, no, that they're requiring me. Like, if we don't do it,
Two picks, 2 fumbles.
They're forcing a moment that doesn't exist unless they're forcing it.
Like, I should see the lights start blinking.
I'm kind of salty. I went 3 and 2. Like, it's no way I'm gonna lose a 36-point lead. I can basically say it. 3 and 2. I'm so salty. I gave up that 70 points to the fucking.
Who would enter to the same sort of gonging because his name was Bell, wasn't it?
I have like a mental block.
Yeah, I blocked
like
out.
everything that's
All
happened.
of it?
Yeah,
You just said it, and I don't remember it at all.
I don't remember him entering.
I mean, it makes sense.
I remember Josh Beckett. I miss that guy so much. He was our best pitcher other than Dontrell Willis. As a Marlins fan, it sickens me to defend it. R.I.P. Jose Fernandez. It still hurts that he's been dead for 8 years.
To the sound of a bell, and then he would ruin all of the Marlins' hopes by blowing 5 games in the first month of the season.
It's an unfair amount of pressure, that type of entrance, to put on a closer, is it not?
Unless he throws 105 and no one can hit him.
But you have to close the game. You can't come into that entrance.
Dalvin Cook is an X Factor.
You have to close the game whether you get the music or the lights anyway. It's still your job to close the game.
You think Mariano Rivera is walking out there
Tank.
nervous? Like, oh my God, they're playing that music again.
You think that like the stadium operators like guys we shouldn't play the music in case
Oh, you serious? No. You are not Hockney. He broke the tackle? What the hell? 345 yards. You gotta be serious.
We're not talking about like a little league like 8-year-old going onto the friggin' mound. Like this is professional baseball.
This is how I know we've arrived at the end of the life of this show. When Stugotz has now become the protector of players. So guys, stop putting so much undue pressure on them. It's bad enough they gotta close the game. You gotta play that music too.
Can we think
I just want them to have fun.
Turn off
Human joystick.
Turn them on. Turn the lights back on.
I missed the light that when you turned them off, it took 15 minutes for the stadium to get lit up again.
What happened to that?
There used to be power outages by accident. You couldn't start a game for half an hour because the lights had to just turn on again.
And they would glow. And you would sometimes
and you hear that buzz.
You'd stare at it and I was like, is it actually turning on or am I just
Didn't that happen at the Super Bowl like 10 years ago?
In New Orleans.
The power went out in a Ravens 49ers Super Bowl, yeah.
2012, right? It was the Beyonce one?
The Harbaugh
Yep.
one. The Harbaughs.
And Beyonce.
And Beyonce. And also, all right.
Really, we remember it for Beyonce. At the time, it was probably the best halftime show.
Until Dr. Dre in 2022.
Do you remember 2012 Super Bowl?
I was literally ending.
Beyonce.
I was.
So I blocked it out.
Who was it, Stugotz, if not Mariano Rivera, because Lee Smith didn't come into music, who was the first closer who added music to his entrance and was so dominating that the music was an accent that was formidable on the intimidation front? Because I don't have anyone before Mariano Rivera.
It was Sparky Lyle.
Oh, wow!
Don Lebatard.
You were that kind of sad this morning, taking the barrage of anger from Stugotz because you hadn't booked him enough interviews. The only reason I keep bringing this up is because you now are throwing a big party on Thursday. You're doing it, and I want people to support what you're doing because Stugotz has not made this easy.
Stugotz.
Well, you know.
Yes, that is my lineman running out on routes. That was odd. I forgot this one is a unique formation. Oh, ace oval.
I talked to Dominique Foxworth this morning, who said our guest here, Drew Bledsoe, was the best of the athletes last night during the comedy. It's high compliment. You don't expect to be better than the comedians, the professionals. I would assume that most people in that circumstance would be scared, no matter how confident they are. So Drew joins us now. Thank you, Drew, for joining us. When is the last time you were that scared doing anything?
You know what? I was a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie. But I did actually prepare. You know, I might do a lot of speaking in public and all that shit, but actually I was a little bit prepared for that one last night. But yeah, I was nervous. You know, it's high stakes. There's some really funny people up there. But being the funniest athlete, I mean, that's kind of like being the tallest midget, right? I mean, you know, not like I was taking down Nikki Glaser.
I can't even use her a lineman.
I felt bad for I felt bad for Randy Moss and a bunch of people because the pressure and the expectation of funny when surrounded by those people, and you're not necessarily a public speaker used to being on television in front of millions of people and your friends. So I actually thought it was a terrible spot for you guys to be in. So to overcome it shows a measure of bravery. No lie.
Johnson, no!
Let's go put the comedians on the football field and see how they do, right? I think we would do better at comedy than they would do at football.
What were the things from last night that stayed with you?
You know, we're just talking about that. We're in the car right now with my brother and my buddy that were there last night, and we're on our way to go play golf with a bunch of the comedians. You know, some of it was so rapid fire and so fast that I kind of can't wait to go back and watch some of it. But Andrew Schultz closed the show, and he was just a killer. Nikki Glaser, man, her set. I told her last night after the show that she's like a Bond villain. You know, she's really pretty, and she's
I don't like
an
that play.
absolute murderer when she gets up there. So she was fantastic. Gronk did a great job of being Gronk. You know, it's funny, we're sitting up there and I can look at the teleprompter. Dude, he was so far off script, I didn't know if he was ever going to come back.
Are we surprised?
But he pulled it back in.
Let's play for the audience a couple of the jokes last
Jump in the crowd.
from Drew Bledsoe. And just get
Let's go!
These jokes, and if he thought he had done anything better than these jokes over the course of the evening, go ahead and play that sound, please.
Blow this game out the water.
You have more rings than I do, but I've experienced a couple things that you will never experience. You know, the feeling of being the #1 overall draft pick in the NFL. And the 28th wedding anniversary. It was yesterday.
Ooh.
You know, obviously, buddy, you got really used to not being touched, right? Just like the end of the marriage.
Hey, yo.
Look at him. He's pleased with his performance. Did you have any joke writing help, or did you handle some of that on your own?
Yeah, I'm sitting here next to my bro. Adam, say hi. Hi.
Hi.
My bro, one of the funniest humans I know. He helped out, and then I'm gonna get in really, really big trouble for this, but I'm willing to wear it. The Giselle joke that actually came from my wife. Don't tell her I told you.
Oh wow.
But it was but the truth is, it was a replacement for a joke that I had written that was far worse. And she said, no, you can't do that one. And so then she got me right. Something that was a little more of a softball.
I want to hear that one so badly.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah, no, we're not going there. She told me I couldn't say it, and then I'd really get in trouble if I actually told you the joke that she wouldn't let me say.
Did you write any of the jokes? I mean,
yeah, it's mostly there was a lot of it was my material. The thing that I really appreciated was that I was hesitant to throw in like the wine plug stuff because like, hey, look, I'm not going to go up there and just shamelessly promote our winery, but the writers actually wrote the wine stuff in for me, which was great. So I appreciated that because it was more genuine because I wasn't shamelessly just trying to. Talk about our winery. It's called Double Back.
You can text us the joke. Do you think Tom Brady?
No, man, it was really.
Do you think Tom Brady's gonna get remarried like tomorrow so he can attempt to have a 28th wedding anniversary just because you said he'll never have one?
Probably, yeah. Never bet against him. Yeah, that was one of Nikki Glazer's best bits was about Tom doing things people said he couldn't do. And I'm not going to repeat what she said because it's not fit for radio. Yeah, I don't know, man. I hope he finds a good woman or man. There were a lot of gay jokes last night, so where there's smoke, there's fire. Maybe he actually does like dudes. Who knows?
Too many gay jokes, some might argue.
Too many.
Sam J
I've heard.
here had some good comedy. Let's see what we've got here from Sam J and get Drew's assessment here.
Too much.
The only ring you have is the one Tom won for you. So your Super Bowl ring is just like my strap-on. Just because you wear it doesn't make it real.
Oh man, this is an easy route.
And yet here you sit.
What?
Don't you sit. Tom, do us a favor and this dude's wife already and get it over with.
How was that not a touchdown?
They came at you hard, Drew.
And he fucking scored. You gotta be serious.
My feelings were.
It is.
The truth is though.
Come on.
Do you think my wife kind of had a crush on him? She invited him over for dinner like every 2 weeks, so she may have had a crush on him. I don't think they consummated the relationship, but I do think she kind of had a crush on him.
There are a lot of people here talking about.
Damn, man, that was not what I wanted to do. I didn't want that to happen.
Directly and solve the case. They are saying that the moment was orchestrated when Tom Brady came up to Jeff Ross and said to him, cut that shit out with the massage jokes at the expense of Bob Kraft. I thought it was too well acted, unlike the cold open that you guys did on the show.
No, that was an authentic moment, man. We're sitting up there on we're sitting up on the stage, so I can see the teleprompter. I can see what's scripted and what's not, and that was not scripted. Tom came up to make sure they weren't getting after our buddy RKK. He's a guy that both Tom and I have true and genuine affection for. I didn't think he was going to be there. I didn't know he was going to be there until just before the show last night.
Yeah, it's because I'm winning and I want to try it.
With him, but no, that was not scripted. That was Tom actually genuinely coming to his defense.
There wasn't a lot that seemed off limits, though. That seemed to be the only thing.
He did a backflip.
Off limits. Was there anything else off limits by rule?
Yeah, I mean, we talked earlier when we were doing like some of the pre-stuff. You can't go to the kids. And then I told him I wouldn't do any craft jokes. But other than that, man, everything was fair game.
Do you have a good story from the after party? Because Drew, I have to be honest, you sound like an after party right now. Like you had a night, didn't you?
We decided that we would go to the real after party last night, which was at the Comedy Store downtown with all the writers and comedians. And I'll just drop one name, and it's one of the only names that I would actually be willing to drop. But we sat there in a private setting and watched Dave Chappelle riff for about an hour and a half last night. So I do feel that
I didn't get it.
It's definitely
wow.
Definitely an after party hangover, but it was worth staying
wow.
up for. I mean, Dave Chappelle, in my opinion, probably certainly the greatest current living comedian, and honestly one of the greatest of all time. So maybe we got to sit and riff with him last night, which was fun.
What could you tell us about watching Kraft and Belichick interact? You said you love Robert Kraft. I don't know how icy all that stuff is.
Wow.
They had I don't know, probably a 15-minute conversation that nobody else got to listen in on back in the green room. Don't know what was said, but it was a pretty sincere 15 minutes where they had a good long conversation. You know, there's great mutual respect there. Obviously, most successful combo.
Wow.
Owner and head coach of all time. Obviously, Tom and the rest of that squad had a great. A lot to do with that, but no, there's still genuine respect there between those guys.
What can you tell us your feelings are on the Apple documentary about the dynasty?
You know, I haven't watched that much of it.
No. What? I jumped!
I did watch, sorry, hold on. Man. I did watch like a couple of the early episodes, mostly because my son called me and he goes, hey, Brewski had some nice things to say, so you should tune in and check that out. So I haven't watched the rest of it, but from what I understand, there was some of it that was not very kind to Belichick, and that's not deserved, man. He is and always will be one of the greatest coaches of all time.
But he was an asshole.
Over the line last night for you, a lot of Aaron Hernandez jokes.
Yeah, there were, which obviously, always never maybe all that great to make fun of somebody that's bad. But no, I mean, it's a roast. You're the only way that you do it wrong is if you don't go all the way, right? So I think when Tom signed up for this thing, he knew what he was getting into, and yeah, we went all the way there. But that's what it's supposed to be, and the only rule when you do one of those things, you can say whatever you want to say. It just has to be funny.
Drew, we have about 20 seconds here. Final question for you. Anthony Edwards being compared to Michael Jordan. Your thoughts? Completely ridiculous, right? I mean,
I think he's a very, very special basketball player.
Right.
And comparing him to Michael Jordan is a very flattering thing for him as a basketball player, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, ask that question all week. Drew, thank you for making the time. You do sound like the after party, sir.
I appreciate it. I earned that.
See ya.
All right, boys. You guys see it.
A reminder that tonight, about 7:30, we will be appearing as a show to be with you and watch some games at 7:30 tonight on YouTube. If you want to hang out with the show, you'll be able to do so for a few hours tonight.
The Panthers game.
The game's going on. Just general games going on, not just hockey.
Why does it keep doing that?
Sportsbook situation going on here, Stu. Guys, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 screens in here. You can watch whatever you want. How about that?
All of that. WFAT, it's being called. Presented by 1-800-Flowers. Save up to 40% off Mother's Day bestsellers at 1-800-Flowers.com.
You've got to be shitting me.
I like how you read it like that.
Holy crap.
Ric Flair is saying, Stugatz, that in that
5
match
interception.
that he had recently, he had an actual heart attack during the match.
What?
We were all worried about
yes,
it,
40, 35, 30.
kept wrestling through the heart attack. He says he had a heart attack.
Has anyone flirted with death more than Ric Flair? I mean, honestly.
Put it on the poll. Been struck by lightning at Levitard Show. Put it. Has he been struck by lightning twice? At Levitard Show. Has anyone flirted with death more than Ric Flair? I want to circle back around, Stugatz, on something that ended a segment earlier. Jeremy very excitedly shouted out a great name from the past when he said Sparky Lyle was the one who invented coming out of the bullpen to music.
We're not making Sparkies anymore, right?
Put it on the
2
poll,
picks
please.
for
Levitard Show. Are we making Sparkies anymore? I also don't think Sparky is his real name.
No, I don't. But even
We're
as
still doing Sparky Dogs.
even as a nickname, Sparky's almost like it's a pejorative now. Hey, Sparky.
His real name is Al.
That's why
Too
he's
funny.
Is it Al or is it Albert?
It's Albert, but Al was funnier.
Albert Walter Lyle.
Albert is pretty funny. I don't think we're making a lot of Alberts anymore either, are we?
No.
Some Al, but not a lot of Alberts.
Albert
I don't know if I have
Pujols.
a timeline for this person, Sparky Lyles. Like when you say that, I think like 1800s.
Okay,
Am I close?
no, you're not, and it's
Yeah.
also you're adding an S to it that's not necessary. It's Sparky Lyle.
I'm
not,
Cuban, Dan. What do you want me to
Not
do?
Lyles.
I like Sparky Lyle being in the 1800s, and the music he came out to as a guy on an organ.
Well, it's about that actually, because when Jerry mentioned it, I asked him what's the song, and he said "Pomp and Circumstance."
What's the graduation song?
This one. This.
Here comes Sparky.
Look out! He's throwing 88 miles an hour out of the bullpen, and no one wants to see old Albert.
I've got background on that story too, because apparently the organist for the New York Yankees at the time had seen Sinatra recently, and they played this in that awkward period when nobody was talking during the show and they were changing sets, and he viewed the closer coming into the game as that awkward moment, and so decided to play this.
This feels like funeral music. Is it?
Yeah.
Is it graduation music? Is it? It's not wedding music.
It's graduation music. It feels like graduation music, yes.
I think Macho Man came out to this song also.
Come on. Why? We know.
I don't know.
As
I seem
opposed to
confused.
what other Macho Man?
Village People.
Oh, wow.
Is there a village person
He did
Macho
it.
Man or the song?
One of them is a Macho Man. What song is that?
That's Macho Man. That's how it
That's the
starts.
song Savage should have came out to. No?
That, yeah.
So what year was Sparky Lyles? He played from 1967 to 1982. What's crazy is he actually won the first Cy Young for any reliever in baseball. He was a multi-time All-Star, won the first Cy Young.
You're just learning about it.
Yeah, it's really amazing. That can't be true. He had a great mustache and is credited with another great mustache, Raleigh Fingers, for kind of making the importance of the reliever known. But what I also found out is he was known for being a prankster in the clubhouse, and his trademark prank was sitting naked on birthday cakes for his teammates.
Wow.
Yep. Trademark.
Classic Sparky Lyles.
Classic Albert. Let's again. I want you to imagine this, okay? I believe at some point Sparky Lyle pitched for the Yankees. Okay?
Yeah, those were the Yankees when this happened. There you go.
Hey, yo.
Question, Jessica. Take it out.
Found out is he was known for being a prankster in the clubhouse, and his trademark prank was sitting naked on birthday cakes
Hey,
for
yo.
his teammates.
Wow.
Yep. Trademark.
Classic Sparky Lyles.
Classic Albert. Let's again. I want you to imagine this, okay? I believe at some point Sparky Lyle pitched for the Yankees. Okay?
Yeah, those were the Yankees when this happened. There you go.
It's a good question, Jessica. Picture. I want you to imagine.
Won the first Cy Young.
This nigga is crazy. This nigga was crazy.
67 to 1982. What's crazy is he actually won the first Cy Young for any reliever in baseball. He was a multi-time All-Star, won the first Cy Young.
You're just learning about him.
Yeah, it's really amazing. That can't be true. He had a great mustache and is credited with another great mustache, Raleigh Fingers, for kind of making the importance of the reliever known. But what I also found out is he was known for being a prankster in the clubhouse, and his trademark prank was sitting naked on birthday cakes for his teammates.
Wow.
Yep. Trademark.
Classic Sparky Lyles.
Classic Albert. Let's again. I want you to imagine this, okay?
Damn it.
I believe at some point Sparky Lyle pitched for the Yankees. Okay?
Yeah, those were the Yankees when this happened. There you go.
It's a good question, Jessica.
Ah!
I want you to picture. I want you to picture Yankee Stadium filled and swelling. Okay, it's not quite the age where people are wearing top hats and suits to the games, but in the area. And now the Yankees are winning, and they're dynastic, and this is the national pastime. And Yankee Stadium is swaying back and forth. And here comes 87-mile-an-hour throwing Sparky Lyle.
That's him.
Uncaged from the bullpen like a rodeo bull to come in the game and shut him down with what are now change-ups as fastballs.
I ain't gonna scare got no fucking body. Like, my nigga, what? Ah. Shut up, motherfucker. I was like, that is funny. What? Yeah. 5 interceptions. Not fun. 6 interceptions. Great. No. 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 You've got to be fucking serious. I don't get why I'm throwing interceptions. I am not this bad at video games. I don't understand why I'm struggling. Damn. Really, motherfuckers? Shit. Johnson! Well, that sucked. Yes, sir. 2 tackles. No tackles for us. 3-1. Lattimore! No, you can't. Really. Five and 629 yards to Trevor freaking Lawrence. Okay, lateral the ball. Nigga. Yes! Intercepted! Justin Evans! Now let me show you how it's really done. Ridiculous. 3 touchdowns, 397 yards. We gave up 600 yards passing. Yes. 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 Well, I'm going to end things here, and I would like to thank everyone for watching my channel, and for yours truly, Sports Guru channel. I'm your host, Sports Guru, and I will see you next time.